Nice haircut. I call to order the special meeting of the Anchorage Assembly for March the 5th, 2013. And we're going to begin this evening with I'm going to ask you all to stand for a moment of silence, recognizing Sergeant Ted Smith, and Mr. Honeman has some comments that he would like to share. Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the indulgence. Sergeant Ted Smith retired from the Anchorage Police Department after a little more than 29 years of service. Probably no one more dedicated and committed to keeping people safe in this community. That includes the officers at the department daily. He was our master armor and a master firearms instructor for our SWAT guys, for all the academies from my memory and recollection until his time of retirement. I guess if there's anything positive to be said is to spend time with your family and your loved ones. You never know when it's your time. Obviously, Ted's passions, including his family, Barbara, his wife, his children, Amy and David, and firearms and, of course, aviation. So I suppose if he had to go, he was involved in one of his passions of life. So, again, in remembrance of Brother Ted Smith, couldn't think of a nicer guy in a more fitting way. Thank you for indulgence to the moment of silence.
Mr. Trainee.
Ted Smith was a wonderful policeman and a wonderful human being. I met him because I had bought a Lewis gun. It's a World War I machine gun used by the British, and it had been the fireside lounge for 3 years. It would only fire a single shot. So Ted said, I could fix that. He took it, and a couple hours later, that thing functions perfectly well. It was made in 1918. He's a good man. Going to miss him.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll, please?
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Fresca? Mr. Flynn? Ms. Gray Jackson?
Honored to be here.
Mr. Honeman?
Here.
Ms. Johnston? Here. Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Osiander? Mr. Starr?
Here.
Mr. Trainee?
Here.
Mr. Trombley?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Would we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ms. Gray Jackson, would you lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to continue our public testimony on AO 37. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. I'm Sergeant Cam Hawkinson. It's Hokenson. I'm a patrol supervisor with the Anchorage Police Department. I work the swing shift. I've been employed there for nearly 11 years, and I love my job. Before coming to APD, I served 20 years, 10 months, and 21 days in the United States Air Force, on call 24/7. I was privileged to serve and wouldn't change a thing out of those 20 years, 10 months, and 21 days. The municipality has a number of military veterans that went from one form of service to another. They had sacrificed their time with their families to serve our country and as citizens in good times and bad both. They put in their time with low pay, poor working conditions, long hours with sporadic time off, no set schedules, and the threat of imminent harm at a moment's notice. We did it out of patriotism and a promise of health care for life and small pensions. Municipality is not the military and shouldn't be structured within those parameters. Over the last 10 years, I've enjoyed the stability I've had at the Anchorage Police Department, and I feel that there's no good reason to make any radical changes that could come about with the proposals as written in Ordinance 37. My understanding of the statutory removal of department seniority would throw lives into turmoil by negating privileges earned by years of honored service, such as shift selection, leave request priorities, and overtime details. All of these items mean stability. The term decimation is defined by Webster's as to cause great destruction or harm, or to reduce drastically, especially in number. A few years back, when our new hires lost the defined contribution retirement, we knew that hard times would be coming in about 5 years. Well, the 5-year time is coming now. Now these employees are vested, get their 5 years and 5 years of good work experience under their belt. And now with Ordinance 37 coming along at this time, it's the catalyst, I think, to make the movement. It's the thing that's going to make our people leave. And they're going to go on to bigger and better things. Granted, I can say that there aren't many defined contribution retirements left around anywhere in the world, but people are going to leave for other reasons, to go back to their homelands, to be next to family. You do make some sacrifices for coming to Alaska and being here. It's kind of a ways away. I didn't think that I'd be surprised to see the exodus, but I was shocked when I started hearing the other officers in the 5- and 10-year group that were talking about leaving and seriously looking for employment in other places. Those officers are the core of the Anchorage Police Department. Police officers not seasoned overnight. It takes about 5 years of work experience to become proficient and confident in the duties, which include both physical and mental aspects. Our Anchorage police officers are a priceless commodity that can't be replaced without a very high cost to both the community and the department. Each officer on average responds to over 10 challenging situations per 10-hour shift. They have gained far more practical experience than any other law enforcement officers in Alaska. Some say that 5-year APD officer handles maybe calls as many as a 15-year officer in other departments around the state. There are many officers eligible to retire at this time, and we lose our core of mid-career. Not only do we lose our mid-core of officers, but also a lot of veterans are going to be leaving now, and we're going to have a large void to fill. My duty as a sergeant is to keep the attention and keep the focus of our officers on what they have to do, and it's increasingly hard to do that now that we're all focused on this. So I want to try to keep people's head in the game and ask you that you look hard and see what Ordinance 37 could do to the Anchorage Police Department. Give our unions a chance to negotiate fair and equitable contracts. That'll be fairness for our families. Loyalty, both up and down the chain of command, is what I try to live my life by and stuff, and I just ask the same for you. It's not just to our department and to our superiors. It's up and down the chain of command. Summary, I love my job. I love to be here. I'm not going anywhere, but I think hard times are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, did you say you were in the military?
Yes, sir.
Retired?
Yes, sir.
Then you know when we joined the military, all the things they promised us, and now what are we seeing happen to TRICARE?
Yes, sir.
It's disappearing. I got a memo, it's going up in April again.
Yes, sir.
And that's the problem with 37. Once you're into it and they start changing things beyond what you agreed to do. And
I'd like
37 is a
stability.
disaster. They were talking about outsourcing, managed competition of dispatch. How will that impact you guys? I know they're talking about an S version. You're not going to be able to testify on that. So how will this affect you?
I think that the dispatchers are a core of professionals as well, just like the officers on the street. And you have to have a good seasoned dispatcher in order to make things flow. They're part of the team. It's a team that we work with. It's not
So
just
it'll
the
hurt
street.
public safety.
It would hurt, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here this evening. Thank you to everybody who's here. And this, arena and also in the William Marston Theater. The mayor was quoted as saying that this ordinance simplifies and clarifies the code, but I personally believe that what it does is demoralizes our employees. And you just said that there are going to be officers leaving. What do you think that's going to do to public safety for our citizens in our community?
I think it's going to leave a hole in the core of our officers, and it's going to require us to do more with less probably. Something will have to give, and something will not get service. We'll not be able to provide the level of service.
What's going to give is open season to the criminals in this community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to hold your applause. Well, you can see humor in that if you want, but during our last meeting with applause questions, we lost about an hour and 20 minutes of your testimony. And we had people that stood here all evening and we didn't get to them. So please show that respect to us and to the people that are here to testify. A light applause, I'll gavel, but I understand that. But thank you, Sam. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Good evening.
Hi, Mark Johnson. I'm paramedic with the Anchorage Fire Department. I'm just about at 20 years right now. First, I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you, Assembly, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate that. I'm a paramedic with the Anchorage Fire Department. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I was born in the old Providence Hospital downtown. I started in fire and EMS in 1984 as a volunteer, and so I understand the volunteer system. I understand the paid fire department system. This is my life. It's not just a calling, it's what I am. My time in Alaska, I survived the economic crash of 86, 87. I went to work at Valdez Creek Gold Mine and then the Exxon Valdez oil spill. I saved up enough money to put myself through paramedic school down in Oregon. I moved back. I came to work for the Anchorage Fire Department. I've been here. I worked with classmates that I've gone through elementary school and high school with. I graduated from Anchorage Christian School. I may or may not have skipped school and actually gone skiing at LASK with Sean Parnell. I am the paramedic that treats our firefighters when they get injured. I've done this personally. These next items I have done personally. I was one of the last paramedics to speak with Representative Ramona Barnes before she passed away. I've talked politics with Gail Phillips in the back of my ambulance. I had very pleasant conversations with Colonel Norman Vaughn several times. I'm the paramedic that took care of APD officer Denny Gump, Joe Caswell, and several others when they were hit while on duty by other vehicles. I'm the paramedic that was on the side of the mountain being supported literally by ice axes from the Alaska Mountain Rescue Group underneath the 210th helicopter, the Blackhawk, as we're lifting a publisher from Anchorage newspaper off the side of the mountain. I'm the paramedic that took care of a small child several years ago that was killed by her foster mom. I am the paramedic that pronounced Officer Justin Woolham dead and 3 other teenagers that night. Sorry. This is my life. This is what I do. My stories that I have written here, they're not unique to anything that for me. They're what we do. The people that I work with, they have the same stories. We do this day in and day out. We work 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We work holidays. I am right now missing another one of my daughter's choir concerts. Things happen. Yesterday, bringing this more to home and how the fire department, the police, we work together. We're a team. We performed a successful cardiac arrest up in Peters Creek. Chugiak ambulance wasn't available at the time. They were on the way back from another transport. The person that we resuscitated, 2 APD officers got there approximately 6 minutes prior to me getting there with my ambulance. They performed CPR, they performed respirations on this patient. Me and my partner got there. We were able to successfully get the pulse and respirations back on her. Her intubation tube will probably be pulled out today, and she'll probably walk out of the hospital. If the 2 APD officers weren't there, the outcome would have been completely different. When I'm not able to speak to all of the other unions, but when we go to a structure fire and we have fire hydrants, I know that the AWWU folks are boosting the water pressure for us. APD is clearing the scene. They're rescuing people even before we get there. This is a team effort. It has to be a team effort. There's no other way to do this effectively. My problem with
Mark,
AO...
I need you to summarize.
Okay. My main problem that I see with AO 37 is the staffing and response levels to emergency apparatus. These need to be made by professionals that understand the intricacies of what we do, the safety that we are required to do to keep us alive so we can help you guys. By politicizing this, we're hamstringing the fire department. We just can't function like that. And I'd really request that you take a very good look at that portion.
Thank you. Mr. Trini?
I've got a question for you on benefits. Because one of the proposals on 37 is to collapse all the benefits down, one set of benefits for all unions. Do firefighters/paramedics have different benefit needs than a shop mechanic that works on cars?
I believe so.
Do you have a shorter life expectancy, I understand? I was looking at a chart that showed me what the average life expectancy of a firefighter is. Do you know how long that is?
Well, personally, on 11/21 of 2004, I walked into a house. I was in there about 10 minutes. During that time, trying to coax the gentleman out to my ambulance, I inhaled something, and that basically gave me a permanent injury to my heart and to my lungs. I go in every 6 months at this point for a stress echocardiogram to make sure that my heart is still working to where I can work.
Well, thanks for everything you've
yes,
done
we
for
have
this
problems.
town. Because personally, I think changing benefits to one system is wrong. It's not fair for our employees. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Chairman, Assembly members, my name is James Christenberry, Christenberry. I work at AWWU, but I'm also a homeowner, tax, and ratepayer. I have sat through several of these meetings now, both on this topic at hand as well as others. On the topic at hand, I have listened to the comment and concerns of the public as well as yourselves. I've heard your repeated question as to what changes we would suggest to the proposal. If you truly think it needs work and does not work as it is now, I would ask you to consider the following. On under 370020D, limitation of direct labor cost increases. This area needs severe attention. It locks in CPIU average raises only and does not have any kind of language to change severe wage discrepancies. For example, at AWWU, I am a treatment instrument systems technician, as defined by the administration. Do any of you know what that actually is? Under the heading, we have three subtitles: instrument technician, electrician, and SCADA technician. I am an instrument technician. I think you should start by having the job descriptions clarified so you know what the actual job is you want to set a wage for. Then you should have a wage study done prior to each negotiation and set the wages to the median within the market average for each specific job. If that was done, it would be reasonable to me as a taxpayer or ratepayer as well as a worker. During our last negotiations, we did a study. Right there. My job was paid at more than 40% less than the median wage for that job within the Anchorage area. That was over 3 years ago, no increases since. You can probably conclude that a lot of people in my area have left for other employment. If you come to my work site, you will see approximately 45% of the workers are no longer there, with the majority of the rest searching for employment elsewhere. If you look under Section H, Pay Enhancements Limited. This one I find almost laughable. First, we were told the term service recognition was a bad term, so most of the teams traded those programs for PIP. This was not a one-sided trade. The administration was involved, and they came through these chambers for assembly approval. At several of these meetings, I have watched long-term employees honored as they leave. There's typically a mention of how great a job they did and how their knowledge will be missed. And yet here we are trying to eliminate language and incentives for people to stay. The language in the contracts to delve out the incentive is always part of the bargaining process. When we went through our process, we offered up our service recognition for a PIP-type program that we felt would have added value to the MOA, but not just giving us extra pay for doing what we were required to do, but by establishing guidelines that would require going above and beyond. But the administration didn't even want to look at it. We were told the intent was to remove the language just as it is here. There's also some changes needed in 3.70.090, but I'm running low on time and cannot go line by line. Basically, if you're going to make changes, you should have a team from the workers as well as one from the management and one from yourselves. Meet up and iron this out prior to voting on it. I would suggest changes such as when the group hits impasse and a mediator is brought in, the mediation and arbitration is done in one of your work session type meetings so you can see and hear all points. And instead of trying to remove binding arbitration, you should make all arbitration binding for every group. It is done by a third party selected by both groups, and neither side really wins, but it allows for each side to get a chance, and then it's over and done, and all involved can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, James. There are no questions. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Les Syvertson. That's S-Y, V as in Victor, E-R-T-S-O-N. Thank you, Chairman and Assembly, for giving me a chance to come up and speak. This is the way the system works. You know, I've lived in Alaska almost all my life. In 1971, while going to West High, I met my high school sweetheart. She was going to East High, and we ended up getting married 40 years later, and 5 kids. We're still here and still loving Alaska. You know, I worked construction for about 18 years prior to going to work for AWW, and in '78, I had to leave the state because there was no construction here. And then in '88, I also left, went to Guam for a year. And all those were jobs. When I came to AWW in 1990, it was different. It was more like a family unit, and you felt like you had the responsibility of the customers and the role of taking care of the health of the community. It was completely different than just a plain job. You know, my colleagues and I, we play an essential role in the lives of people that live here in Anchorage. From the time you get up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you take your showers, you make your coffee. You know, we're there and making a product that is, you know, for the health of the city. You see, I'm a senior water treatment plant operator, and I'm also a distribution operator, senior. To become a senior, you're talking, you need to have a level 4 license. And to get a level 4 license, it takes 16 years of education and 4 years of on-the-job training in each discipline. You know, the people of Anchorage come to expect the same thing that I expect out of myself, and that's nothing but the best for our customers. Our levels for water treatment are quite a bit higher than what the actual standards are. You know, here in Anchorage, you have some of the highest educated utility workers. I mean, if you look at all the different licenses and the level of licenses that all of the operators have, I mean, we're far ahead of all the rest of the utilities in Alaska. You know, when we go outside and we compete in competitions and whatever, you know, for operations and what have you, we always finish in the top 10. That says a lot for the operators that you have here. And when we tell, you know, our colleagues, you know, outside that, you know, our distribution system has 70 different pressure zones, you know, and the complexity of it, they're pretty much in awe. They're very impressed that, you know, that we're as far as we are. And they ask a lot of questions and have actually invited me down to possibly put in for work there. You know, AWW has actually been recognized by the city for 3 out of the last 4 years as Work Unit of the Year. I mean, we obviously, we're above and beyond for our city. As for me, I'll be 60 this year. I get to retire. But there's going to be a lot of people that are going to have to stay here. And anyway, in finishing, you know, in my house, in our living room, we have a big banner across the one wall. We tell our kids, and it says, stand up for that is right, even if you're standing alone. And we'd ask that you stand up for our rights. Thank you.
Okay. Just a moment, Les. Mr. Honeman?
First of all, thank you for your service. You don't look like you're going to be hitting 60 anytime soon, so I don't know what you attribute that to, but good water probably, I guess.
Yeah.
But I want to, what interested me is you worked in construction, so you worked private enterprise for a while, I take it?
Yes, I did. In fact, you know, I was here almost 10 years before I was able to take home about the same amount of money that I took at home working construction. My father-in-law is actually the one who kind of talked me into going this route. He said, you're not going to get rich. He said, but they've got good benefits. He said, it's a good thing for the family.
And that's what kept you here?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Les.
Thank you.
Good evening. How you doing?
Good evening.
My name is Frank Anderson, Anderson. I just want to preface this by saying that I've been probably in my trade for about 11 to 12 years now, and I was on the private side of that for about 7 or 8 of those years. So I've only been to the municipality in recent, you know, time, but to this point, I certainly have enjoyed my time here, and I hope to continue to enjoy it. I think I've brought a pretty good talent level here, a lot of experience, and so far, I think it's been implemented well, and it's been a good experience for me. So, on that note, I would just like to say that this proposal, everyone, that it will save the taxpayers money. I certainly well understand the concept of streamlining spending. In this country, we have a chronic issue. It's a major problem. That's not debatable. What I don't understand is that we're going after our employees to do it. We're making them the scapegoat for this, and that's grossly inaccurate, I think. I think the employees of the city are one of its greatest assets, and attacking your strength doesn't make you stronger. It certainly makes you weaker. So I just wanted to highlight some kind of an analytical look at a program here that we've recently been implemented. It's called Kronos. I would ask that you consider our old timekeeping and payroll system. It probably took us about 2 to 3 minutes a day to do what we needed to do for that. If you want to go off of an hourly wage average for us, I would say you could average it at $25 an hour. That'd be probably about right, close to it anyway. At 15 minutes, that's about $6.25. So for 84 operators, that's about $525 a week that you would spend doing your payroll system. On the flip side of that, the Kronos, it requires much closer to 40 minutes per week, and that's if things are flowing smoothly, and that's not always the case. Matter of fact, more often than not. So at the same ratio there, that's about $16 for each person for 84 operators is $1,399. That's in addition. It's the difference there is $874 per week. That may not sound significant until you think of it in the scrape of a year, and that's about $45,000, $448. So it's I think it's pretty significant. I don't know how many positions are at that range or below it. I think it's probably a pretty good number. So people that have either had to, leave the municipality or will have to leave because of that, that's not streamlining spending. There's no way around that. So I would just want you, and keep in mind that's 84 operators for our department. And that's not, I'm not counting the supervisors and everything else. They have their own deal. They have to take care of their own time and all that. That's a whole other mess. But I think it's a conservative estimate. But I don't know if anybody actually even knows what the real number on this. Since its inception, how much money has really been spent on this thing? It's got to be an astronomical amount. I would assume that if you had a forensic accountant look at this, the number would be staggering. This administration seeks to promote the fairy tale that its own employees are a catalyst for any kind of financial issues. That's simply not true. Although I guess I misspoke. Fairy tales tend to have a happy ending. That's not the case here. I can continue on about the training that's been grossly inadequate for implementing it. But the point I'm trying to make here is that it's been hastily implemented, and anything done in that manner, such as this ordinance, it's not a service to the rest of us. It doesn't have the best interest in mind. In closing, I guess I would like to emphasize with unfettered tenacity. I'm an absolute team player. I love the concept. I think it's great. You don't necessarily have to be the guy. You can just be one of the guys, and you guys all do a fantastic job, and that's tremendous. I think that's how it should be. I don't wish to stand up here and be contrarian just for the sake of doing it. There's a point to this, and I often hear that people say, knowledge is power. That's probably a bit of a fallacy. Knowledge, in fact, is not power. It's a tool. And you have to know, I'm sorry, I'll finish it, Mr. Hall. You have to know when and how to use it for it to be valuable to you. I still don't know the significance of everything in this ordinance. There's certain points I'd love to point out. I don't have the time, though. But I know that the way that it was conceived and its ulterior motive is not in the best interest of this municipality and its citizens. And I sincerely hope that the 11 of you, although I believe it too, have the wisdom to realize that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony and for mentioning Kronos, but I just want to let you know that I've asked the chair to have a work session so that we can get an update on Kronos and SAP, and cost, et cetera. So look online, and it's open to the public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Assembly members. My name is Renee Aguilar. That's Aguilar. I live and vote in Assembly District 3. I have lived in Anchorage for 23 years. I have been a public servant with the municipality for 15 years. I am the planning coordinator for the Department of Health Emergency Preparedness Program. I feel honored and privileged to be a public servant, but I am more than a public servant, and I am more than a union member. I am a mother, I am a daughter, a sister, a friend, a voter, and a taxpayer. Public employees perform complex and essential public services vital to daily life. Many of the services are not visible, but residents can trust that the service is there. We keep water safe to drink, toilets flowing, collect trash, provide public transportation. We keep goods and products flowing into Anchorage. We keep the lights on and electricity running. Police and firefighters apprehend criminals and rescue people from burning buildings. Public health vaccinates you and your children, performs food safety inspections, licenses child care centers and providers. We supply nutrition for mothers and infants, keep swimming pools disease and contaminant free, and offer end-of-life services at the cemetery. We respond to public health emergencies as we did during the H1N1 pandemic in 2009. We maintain city parks, keep traffic lights working, streets paved, plowed, and drivable, and keep buildings safer. We do all of this and more with dedication and skill. Still, we are vilified, condemned, and attacked. The services we perform, the work we do, is what defines the quality of life in Anchorage. I am against AO 37 because it's moving way too fast and for any reasonable oversight, analysis, or decision-making. Prior information presented to you, I believe, has been biased. The administration contends that public-private competition generates savings. In truth, Audits by the Independent Government Accountability Office show that these competitions cost more than they save. On average, they cost American taxpayers $225 million, or about $4,800 per job put out to bid. In 2008, the GAO analyzed the savings claims in two federal agencies, the Department of Labor and the Forest Service. And they found that both had overestimated the savings and underestimated the costs of contracting out. For example, the Forest Service projected $35 million in savings through outsourcing its IT infrastructure, but they failed to account for the $40 million cost of transitioning to a private contractor. In 2003, Atlanta dissolved its water system contract 16 years early because of mismanagement and poor service under a private company. In 2010, Evansville, Indiana took back control of its water and sewer system from a private operator for an estimated savings of $14 million over 5 years. And San Diego has saved $1 million a year since bringing bus services back in-house to local government. In 2012, Pennsylvania found that they could save $78 million by bringing school bus services back in-house to local government. Managed competition requires RFP development, a bidding process, and contract negotiations. There are hidden costs to taxpayers, including additional costs for contract administration,
Renee, are you close?
I'm very close. Contract monitoring and negotiation, environmental violations, the loss of local jobs, lack of transparent and accessible public records. By its very nature, it's complex and multi-layered. In closing, I respectfully ask you to be mindful of the comments presented. Remember that we are taxpayers and voters, and that you too are a public servant. The greatest honor a public servant can have is the trust of those who want to believe in something better. Why would you want less for us than the best for us? Give us a reason to trust you. Vote no on 37.
Mr. Trainee?
Ma'am, could we get a copy of that document you read from? If you'd give it to the clerk, we'd appreciate it.
Sure. I also have actually the backup documentation for this that I can email to each of you.
I would appreciate that.
Thank you,
And
Renee.
You're a taxpayer, so tell me, how would you feel about the endless court suits going to be filed if 37 goes into effect as a taxpayer?
Well, I would be really disappointed in that because my personal feeling is that this is not managed competition. It would be mangled competition.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Charlene Brooks. That's Charlene with a C, C-H-A-R-L-E-N-E, Brooks. I've worked in the municipality since 1984. I'm going on 29 years in Charlie with Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm a proud AMA union member. I'm a 30-year Alaska resident since 1983, and I have lived in Eagle River since 1985. It's very disheartening that the public has the misperception of city workers due to misinformation that they read in newspaper, the TV, and the internet. We are not the enemy. We are hardworking people like anyone else, and we too are taxpayers. And yes, we do have pay incentives. However, unlike the private sector, we don't receive year-end bonuses, profit sharing, stock options, turkeys or hams for the holidays, or gift cards. And I was going to talk to you about the pay incentives, but the gentleman in front of me did a terrific job about pay incentives. So, but I do want to add that the longevity program, it's good soon it's going to end. We have only, from what I've heard, about only 5 employees on it. So it's going to end. Nobody else can enter this program. And as far as the PIP program, the PIP program, it's based on performance. And anyone who has signed up and currently on the PIP and haven't yet achieved their first step should be allowed to continue. And anyone that's on any of these programs should be grandfathered in. This administration doesn't seem to care about service or loyalty. It's very evident in AO 37. The administration should just continue with the service recognition pay for all employees, whether new or current. You reward employees based on their years of service and loyalty to the municipality. The city's in for a tough time retaining and recruiting employees should these incentive programs go down the toilet. Also, I've heard and read conflicting reports that these pay plans won't affect employees currently on it. If that's the case, great. Then revise the language in the proposed AO 37 and state exactly that. The public also doesn't know that AMEA has worked with the administration on several issues proposed in AO 37, such as we've already been complying with calculating costs of living pay increases using the Alaska's Consumer Price Index over the prior 5 years, as well as taking pay freezes in the late 1980s and 1990s. And that AMEA did not receive a cost of living pay increase this year, 2013, unlike the execs and the non-reps who received one. We also took 56 hours of unpaid furlough leave in 2009. Employees were being laid off, along with cuts in services and programs, because we were told of the budget shortfall in the millions of dollars. Then the following year in 2010, the administration surprised everyone with an incredible fine of $19 million. Our laid-off department employees didn't get recalled back to work despite this windfall. And our facilities still ran on reduced hours, and our programs cut never and was never resurrected. I'm almost done. And furthermore, AMEA is on the same health plan, has the same number of holidays as execs and non-reps. In fact, the majority of muni employees observe the same number of holidays. AMEA has worked with the administration to standardize calculation on probation periods, step increases, holiday computation for part-time employees, as well as other contract changes just to be implemented with the new Chronos system. And the issue of the Assembly making the decision on contract negotiation when both sides can't agree, really? Is it the Assembly that has the final decision, or is it the mayor that has veto rights that has ultimately the final decision on this? And can the Assembly honestly say that to everyone here and the public that you can actually be fair and impartial on these issues?
Charlene, how much?
I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
We're really going to need to tighten up testimony.
Okay.
So
I'm almost
please.
there because this one is not going to make one person really happy, but I have to say it. Assemblywoman Johnson, you made a comment in Daily News dated Sunday, February 2nd. You stated that when it comes to budget time, you had fun cutting the budget. The entire time you've been on the Assembly because of our contracts were being excessive. Not only do I find that comment very offensive, you've offended municipal employees and their families and the public as well. It's not fun when employees get laid off, especially when you've known them for years and municipal services have been cut. The impact of AO 37 is devastating.
Charlene,
Please don't. I know. But please don't pass it. If you can spend 10 years working on Title 21, you can surely spend a fraction of this time working with all unions, resulting in an acceptable agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
I just need to correct that because that was a misprint. What I said, I did not enjoy cutting budgets, and it was not fun. So I'm sorry that that's how you read it, and I'm sorry that's how they print it, but I just want to correct the record. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Gentlemen, I am going to try to tighten this up. Everybody's been running close to and over 4 minutes, so I need to get it to 3.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Fred Yawit, Y-A-W-I-T. I'm a 41-year resident of Anchorage and a proud dues-paying member in good standing of the IBEW Local 1547. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion in regards to Municipal Ordinance AO37. I'd also like to thank the hundreds of my union brothers and sisters, as well as the non-representative residents of Anchorage, who have taken time out of their busy schedules to speak out against this ordinance. You have left me both humbled and inspired. I'm currently employed at ML&P as a temporary generation operator mechanic. I've been there for a little over 90 days. Others who have been employed by the municipality for much longer than I have already have spoken eloquently of the negative impact this measure will have on the wages, working conditions, and morale of the municipal workforce. What I can speak of is the fact that MLP has lost 3 hands to Chugach Electric in the last 6 months. They are currently recruiting for an operator. Chances are we will lose another. The reason is plain and simple. They offer a better compensation package. If we can't compete with the current incentives, what are we going to do if this passes? These positions are not easily filled. The men and women we have lost were all highly trained experts in the field. In talking amongst my peers, a learning curve of 5 years can be expected before you can become comfortable in our facility. The current crew that I work under is 7 men, electricians, who are responsible for generation for the municipality, for the municipal system. Eklutna, Plant 1, and Plant 2. 3 of our men, top 3, senior men, 15 years, 11 years, 8 years. Bottom 4, 2 years, last 3, less than 1 year's experience. If this passes, we will lose the top hand through attrition. If we're lucky, number 2 will not take the operator's position over at Chugach. I don't believe that he'll be here before October, before this goes into effect. The impact will definitely be felt. Today, a coworker was advised by an assembly member to keep the emotion out of his speech, to speak only of specifics as they pertain to the 8 bargaining units. That's the part that gets difficult for myself and many others. The reason I'm so passionate about the measure, any measure that erodes the rights of workers, stands before you with me tonight. My sons, Henry and Howard. Our union brothers and sisters didn't fight for workers' rights for themselves. They fought and died so others, future generations, wouldn't have to suffer through the same hardships as they did. These fundamental rights should not be swept away for pettiness, power, and political gain. In closing, I'd like to quote Mr. Hall. It's better to take your time and get it right than to hurry up and get it wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Harleman?
Mr. Yowett, I heard you say you're a 90-day temp so far. Were you hoping to hire on at ML&P or the municipal workforce?
Yes, 90 days ago I thought it was a very attractive job. I came from the construction industry. The reason I took the job was because it was in town and I could spend some time with, these are my 2 oldest boys. I also have a 6-year-old. I've been on the slope for most of the last 7 years, fighting that battle with the non-residents up there also. At this point, if it passes...
You looking at Chugach?
Well, if I was qualified, I'd have a resume in for that operator's position right now. So basically what you'll have is you'll have a training facility just like we have with AWWU. You know, we're grabbing guys from them. You know, they have substandard wage and benefit package. They'll go over there for however long it takes, and when one of these jobs comes open, they'll take it, and then we'll suffer. And yeah, they'll fill a position. Are they going to fill a position with a qualified hand? If we lose 3 of our top 7, or we, you know, and then, God forbid, natural disaster, think what's going to happen to the power grid in the system. It's not going to work.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is James Gray, G-R-A-Y. I want to thank you, Assembly members, Chairman Hall, and Amir for the opportunity to speak. I want to use my 3 minutes to share just a bit about the Anchorage Fire Department and some of the 40-hour employee issues with AO 37, specifically the managed competition piece. I work as a fire inspector with the department, and I'm a 19-year municipal employee, a lifelong Alaskan, and a very proud International Association of Firefighters union member. In Anchorage, fire inspectors conducted over 5,000 inspections last year, including new construction, restaurants, theaters and bars, banquet halls, daycares, business inspections, residential inspections, community right to know, and much more. Now, the law already allows private contractors to check sprinkler systems, hood systems, and more. Fire prevention staff monitor those inspections and verify that the required corrections are made. this is just one of the critical regulatory responsibilities that fire prevention staff have. A dedicated, trained, and independent fire prevention, inspection, and plan review staff is critical for the safety of the over 60,000 public buildings in the Anchorage area. Fire inspectors are beholden to no one and have no financial interest in the inspection process, and this is a sacrosanct responsibility to us. Allowing the private sector to conduct fire inspections and plan reviews, as might be allowed under managed competition, pushes us closer and closer to disasters like the recent nightclub fire in Brazil, where 237 people died horribly. These kind of tragedies just don't happen here. And part of that is because we conduct regular nighttime bar checks to verify the clubs are operating safely. We check the nightclubs. We require corrections for blocked exits, improperly functioning sprinkler and alarm systems, and much more, including conducting criminal fire investigations. The private sector is driven by profit, and this is no insult to folks in the private sector. I came from that group, but they're driven by profit, and we are not. We shouldn't spend our public safety dollars on company profits, especially in an area where private inspectors and plan reviewers could be subject to profit motives that might endanger the public. When a citizen walks into a public building like the building we're in right now, they don't give a second thought to the safety of that building, the sprinkler systems, exit doors, any of it. One of the main reasons that all of you and my family can enjoy that experience is because of fire inspections that are happening behind the scenes. They don't have to focus on a potentially deadly situation like the one in Brazil, because we do have that staff that do that work. We're working tirelessly to ensure that safety. All of the inspectors and plan reviewers at Fire Prevention are certified International Code Committee fire plan reviewers. Some have additional certifications and training. We have fire building inspectors, full structural building inspector on staff, journeyman carpenter. We have state-certified fire and arson investigators and a registered civil engineer. Those years of experience and technical expertise simply cannot be replaced by a low-bid inspection service with no dedication to the citizens of Anchorage and with company profit as their primary motivation.
Thank you, James. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I was just wondering, how does that work as far as the state fire inspector? Do you complement each other? Do you work in the same region, or do they defer to you?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Johnson, for the question. The state fire marshal has authority over the state, and they defer authority to municipalities that are deferred jurisdictions. We are one of those. So what they do is they license private contractors to test, say, the sprinkler system in this building. That's the example I typically give. They'll flow the water in this building outside and make sure the heads are in the right place, make sure all of that works. They have to be licensed under a separate system with the state fire marshal. What they don't have is a regulatory authority to make those corrections happen. So if you own a building, they would come to you and say, here's your report, and typically an accountant takes that report, pays the bill, sticks it in a file, and that's usually what happens. Corrections just go unmade in a lot of cases. That's what the staff at Fire Prevention does. We monitor those reports, we do regular inspections to make sure that they happen. Because if a riser, say, on this building here is frozen, it's just not going to work in the winter. And we encounter that. In fact, we have a fire alarm system that's malfunctioning in a major public building today that we're working on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Real quick question. As I understand, looking at the definitions of direct fire protection services means employee, would your classification of worker be classified under the firefighters' definition of their union, the IFF?
Through the chair, the answer to that would be no. The direct fire protection services, as the ordinance is written, looks like it would just apply basically to fire suppression services at this point, unless it's amended.
Yeah. And then I think one part of the question is asked, how many state fire marshals are there? People that do the inspections? How many people?
Are you talking about the private inspectors?
No, the state employees, you know?
So the state fire marshal, there's 1, 2 deputies, a couple of plan reviewers, maybe a staff of, say, maybe 7 that cover the entire state. And they fly out to villages for fire investigations. They don't have anyone that covers Anchorage because we're a deferred jurisdiction. So our staff we have 10 people total for our city of 300,000. The state fire marshal has 7 for the entire state.
Okay. And is that does 7 for the state, do you know if that creates a backlog or delay for services?
You know, I can't say that, Mr. Honeman. I don't know specifically what their backlog is. They operate on a pretty different model than we do. Okay. We do a very thorough plans check. We run hydraulic calculations before we allow someone to install a sprinkler system in a building like this. We run full systems checks on fire alarm systems to make sure they're designed appropriately. And then when you go to put it in, we make you test it. We make sure the batteries are running properly. We make sure the horns are in the right place, that hearing impaired people can have the right visual devices. The state doesn't do that. They don't have the staff to do that.
Thank you.
Ms. Frasca.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on, for the benefit of Mr. Honeman and my colleagues, based on my conversations with Mr. Gray and other fire department officials, it's my intention to offer an amendment that would exclude fire prevention from being managed competition eligible. So I was convinced that the benefits of the checks and balances between the state's practices and involving the private sector and with the municipality having the public sector doing that check and balance, that would be an appropriate amendment. So thank you.
Through the chair. Thank you. Ms. Frasca.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alvin Newlin, N-E-W-L-I-N, and I'm a local taxpayer, employee of Municipal Light and Power, proud member of the IBEW Local 1547, and a skilled tradesman. I am against this ordinance because this is purely a political action and has nothing to do with economics or what's right or wrong. If economics were a factor and actually looked at, the mayor and the assembly members who would have actual numbers, facts, rather than just insinuations and assumptions. If the assembly members who sponsored this ordinance could provide these numbers or actual real-world facts, everyone would be able to see this in black and white and actually make an informed decision about this ordinance. But since the administration has failed to provide any proof or evidence to support their claims that the current municipal code is flawed, I strongly suggest not fixing something which isn't broke. I view this as a first step in enacting right-to-work laws which promote lower wages and benefits. Cutting people's wages and benefits not only creates direct harm, it also undermines the biggest sectors of our economy, which depend on consumer spending. Our local economy, healthcare, retail, construction, small business, all depend on people having disposable income in their pockets. Competitive businesses are not attracted to and not grown in the cheapest locations, but in the highest value locations, places where there are good labor force skills and high quality of life. On virtually every measure of economic health since the early 1990s, including population growth and growth in personal income, the right-to-work states fall substantially below and behind other states. They have higher rates of poverty, lower quality of life, fewer people with health insurance, higher infant mortality rates, lower education levels, higher job injury and mortality rates. On average, workers earn $5,000 less a year than other workers doing the same or similar work in the same states. Put very bluntly, if you had cancer, would any of you go to Abe's Kind of Good Cancer Treatment Center? Or would you go to Providence, the Cancer Research Center at Providence? If you want cheap, unskilled labor, shoddy workmanship, go the cheap route. If you believe in quality craftsmanship, good solid work, decent wages, oppose this ordinance. Good work ain't cheap, and cheap work ain't good.
Thank you, Alvin. Good evening.
Good evening. Dawn Wyatt. Last name is W-Y-A-T-T. First, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Dawn Wyatt. I have resided in Anchorage since 1963. My husband and I have raised a family here, and our children have made Anchorage their home. We are homeowners, and we live in the Northeast District. I have worked for the municipality for nearly 25 years. For the last 8 years, I have worked as a code enforcement officer for the Land Use Enforcement Division. After reading this proposed ordinance, I encourage the Assembly to have these items addressed directly through contract negotiations. The language would be cleaner, clearer, and understandable. Chairman Hall stated that he would like us to address any changes, suggestions, recommendations, and solutions that we feel would improve this ordinance. I would like to do so, but I find it difficult to provide constructive criticism due to the lack of clarity. Here are a few items in the ordinance that raise questions for me. Direct labor cost. What is considered direct labor cost? Will there be set standards or formula detailing what is classified as a direct labor cost? Does the administration get to make the interpretation and the administration after that? This year may be medical benefits. Next year may be papers, pencils, and paper clips. The next mayor may include gas costs for the municipal vehicle that I drive. If the direct labor costs exceed the average CPIU, will the employees get a wage reduction? Again, what is the standard formula to be implemented? The work stoppage prohibited. Since I've been employed with the municipality since 1988, AMEA has not had any strikes, slowdowns, or intentional work disruptions. Employee benefits. I'm confused. Is this in regard to the medical insurance or the retirement funds, or both? What is the alternate plan? The administration picks our medical program. The employees do not have any say in what is offered, including the cafeteria program that he continues to refer to. Pay enhancements limited. Does this mean that the municipality can hire individuals at a set rate with no increases or raises? If so, this is not a good way to get and retain future employees. Bona fide position requirements and enhanced qualifications are without a definition as to the true meaning. Elimination of any and all incentive pay, step programs, and pay increases for longevity or service. How does that affect the employee currently receiving these? We have heard the mayor say that they were grandfathered, but we have not seen anything in writing. In addition, if amendments are introduced, I would like to ask Chairman Hall to please reconsider his decision regarding the S version of this ordinance, since it is difficult to provide meaningful input with the way that it is currently written. Modifications really should have a comment period. In conclusion, I am requesting that all of these items please be addressed through contract negotiations with each union. In the end, the understanding and the language will be clearly defined and concise.
Thank you, Don. Mr. Trainee?
Don, how does it make you feel when you've been told that you're not going to be able to testify in this version? They're simply going to produce it and then vote on it. How does it make you feel you can't even testify on this version?
Kind of upsetting, especially because we deal with Title 21 and I see how much time has been spent on public testimony in Title 21. I feel like we're being short-staffed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Don. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is George E. Felder. I'm a library worker, a long-time Alaskan. First of all, I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak. My primary statement tonight has to do with the fact that today is the 100th anniversary of the establishment of the Department of Labor. So 100 years ago, there was a primary issue. The federal government wanted to use the law to punish people establishing unions. They wanted to use the funds of the Justice Department. William Taft signed it, even though he was against it. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? I think it's essentially important that civil servants consider the public in the deepest sense. Is it causing them pain? What is this item being presented? What is it doing to the psyche of Anchorage? I work for a workforce investment. We spent a lot of money training people to get them highly skilled. Mr. Murkowski returned, became governor. He cut the program and basically turned it into a welfare to work program. We were training high-level professionals, and we lost a lot of those people. Why? Somebody wanted a pot of money that they took away from Anchorage that could have been used for Anchorage I mean, we're the heart of this state. If anybody, no one may want to admit that, but we are the epicenter of the state. We have the smartest, the brightest, most talented people here. If you don't believe me, think about the problems we had a few weeks ago, this past winter, when transformers were exploding. There was all kinds of problems. The police department was out in the street with flashlights. 2004, my wife had an aneurysm. We lost 47% of our income instantly. Paramedics, police, the people that work at the airport, everybody worked to get my wife to Seattle for her to get her operation. Thankfully, she's still alive. The point I'm making is, money is extremely important. But if you cut off the head of the horse just so you can save a little money, you're not doing a good job. I'm not criticizing you. What I'm saying is, think about this thing. If it's done too fast, it can't be right. What did our grandparents tell us? Take your time. Think about it. We re-elected the mayor because people trust people that are fiscal conservatives. But we still expect people to do the right thing for their people. And you may forget it. Some people come from a macro view, some come from a micro view. The important thing is to come from the view that best serves your people and do the right thing regardless. We need these folks. They're excellent at what they do. I'm just a library worker. But these people make this city run well. And we need to remember that.
Thank you, George.
You're welcome.
Just a moment. Mr. Honeman?
I just wanted to say he may just be a librarian, but he still performs a vital service to the community, and I appreciate that.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rivers Ducharme, D-U-C-H-A-R-M-E, and I would just like to talk to you this evening. I am here on behalf of my father, who has been working for MLNP for over 8 years. I might not be old enough to vote, but one day I will be. What you're proposing now will definitely make an impact on my future. I am here because the Ordinance 37 is very much hurting hardworking families of our community. This is not what Alaska is about. Alaska is about safety. My father works very hard to keep our family safe and healthy. I respect that so much. These people came here to tell you the exact same thing I am telling you now. This is wrong. This ordinance is wrong. Please stand up if you agree with me. All these people didn't come here for nothing. All these people came here. This should tell you something. I'm 11 and realize how bad this is. I think with the city in your guys' hands, I think you should realize it too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just a moment. Mr. Trainee?
Many of us here agree with you, okay?
What?
Many of us agree with you, and we'll be voting that way when it comes in front of us. But thank you for being here, because I heard you at the caucus meeting, and you killed them at the caucus meeting. You did the same thing tonight. So keep coming back and talking to us. We need your point of view on issues.
Thank you,
Thanks for
sir.
being here.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Honeman?
Did you say your first name was River?
Rivers, plural.
Okay, Rivers. Interesting name. Thank you for being. You were very short, succinct, and got your point across very well.
Thank you.
Thank you, River. How do you feel about following her?
Boy. Didn't want to be here anyway, but
Good evening.
good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, and administration. My name's Dan Boots. I've been a resident of Anchorage my entire life, and an employee of the MOA Traffic Engineering Division represented by AMEA since 1996. I've worked in Anchorage almost my entire life, from my first job delivering papers down on West Northern Lights Boulevard, some people may refer to it as KFQD Road, to my first wage-paying job at the Bylaw on O'Malley. With the exception of the last 16 years at the MOA and the 2 years at the grocery store, all of my work has been non-union, non-organized environment, so I feel I'm somewhat qualified to speak with some authority on certain issues. I'd like to speak to several topics as they relate to this ordinance. Section 370.020 policies. It is unclear if these policies have effective law. Policies are generally just that and equate to guidance. I find no need to include the additional items C through H into code. This is covered by Section 3.70090. The Assembly establishes the policy goals for contract negotiations for each negotiation. This is the appropriate approach given the diverse nature of the represented entities, and can be modified based on past contracts and current or projected economic factors. Regarding managed competition, I feel it is premature to include definitions and target goals for a managed competition program without a clear understanding of how the program is to be set up and managed. I have no doubt, given today's economic and political climate, that this will move forward, but prior to placing these requirements into code, the process should be worked out and understood beforehand. I believe strongly that in general, contracting out direct municipal services will ultimately cost the MOA more, and there's a strong likelihood that safety will be compromised because, one, ultimately the contracts will require change orders, which can be very costly, as all of you are well aware. Companies are interested in the bottom line profit, and I would speculate they are quite adept at using contract language to milk the system. The small projects that need to be done now for expedience of safety or political ends will become very costly, whether it is clearing down trees from roadways and creeks or relocating or removing a sign recently installed because of an unforeseen oversight or simply to appease a citizen who feels it destroys the use of their yard. I implore you to delay implementation and or reference to managed competition until all the various details have been worked out. I've heard many different descriptions of how this works, from bidding on your job to replacement of entire sections of work units. I've not seen anything that actually defines the workings and implementation. Regarding limitations on direct labor costs, generally pay in and of itself is, and the costs associated with benefits are and should remain negotiated item. I'm not going to have anywhere near time to go through this whole thing.
Just summarize for us.
I'm going to summarize here. In closing, I would like to reiterate something I said to Chairman Hall last Wednesday while he circulated the room prior to the meeting. This matter should be tabled and referred to committee comprised of the Assembly, the administration, labor representatives, and the public for input and discussion to craft an all-encompassing ordinance. The rush to push this ordinance through due to expiring contracts is fabricated. The time frame for expiring contracts has been known for years. Let the administration sit down and negotiate in good faith the policies of the Assembly established as is their right under the existing parameters outlined in 3.70090D. The process to openly discuss the significant modifications to ANC 370 should not take years, but it must take place. Contrary to statements I have seen and heard, this code section has undergone what appears to be 25 modifications since AO 89-46S1. I did not complete a research of each of these, but I assume these minor modifications to addressing the changing times are likely, as the mayor points out in his ads and conversations, were done without the need to sit down and go through this process of a committee. The changes proposed in the current ordinance, in my opinion, are significant enough to warrant open discussion in a committee-type forum, negotiations rather than codification. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harneman?
Just real quick, it's Mr. Booth, right?
Booth, right.
And I know you say you didn't really want to be here, so I appreciate even the more that you're here giving your information. So thank you for you.
Ms. Osiander.
Could you email that?
Yeah, and actually, I was gonna say, I went through page by page itemization, and I was gonna send it off in an email because I think there are some serious flaws.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sean Burke. I live in Chugiak, Alaska. I'm a lead relay substation tech for ML&P and a member of IBEW 1547. I have over 20 years of experience in my field. 15 years of that in Alaska. 8 years of that 15 with ML&P. The rest of it's in the private sector. I was going to come up here and tell you how AO 37 will hurt the city of Anchorage. How 37 will cause ML&P to lose their most experienced people. And for the ratepayers of ML&P, cost them millions in equipment damage, extended power outage due to having inexperienced workforce or not being able to fill the jobs that 37 will cause to be vacated. But there are a lot of people up here that are telling you that already, or will. But instead, I've decided to talk about the good things about ML&P, the things that no one seems to ever talk about or bring to the press's attention. ML&P is operating in the black. We are, if not the most profitable utility of the rail belt, one of the top two. When CEA went to secure loans for their new power plant, they did not have a high enough credit rating. They partnered with ML&P, and using our credit ratings, were able to secure the loans for their plant. ML&P is not tax-based, nor can we legally use city tax money to operate. ML&P's money, which pays our wages and operating costs, come from ratepayers, not from the city taxpayers. We have the lowest of any utility. We have the lowest rates of any utility on the rail belt, and our rates are regulated by the state. The wages and benefits for the union members at ML&P are in line with utilities on the rail belt. Our reliability is 99.999%. It's the top in the state and one of the top in the nation. A big part of our reliability is due to the fact that we invest millions in building new substations, 7 in the last 8 years, and replacing 1 gas turbine. And the fact that ML&P can offer competitive wage and benefits package to hire a workforce with the highest qualifications and skills to get the work done in the most efficient and cost-effective manner. We have a lot more upgrades and projects starting this spring to keep reliability high and to cut our major expenses, which is fuel. One of those projects is building Plant 2A, which I believe will cut our fuel costs by 1/3. ML&P needs our highly skilled workers to complete these projects and to run and maintain them after they're completed. Last year, ML&P paid the city a dividend of $6 million and another $2.8 million for services we received from the city. The management team and the union members at ML&P work good together. We have done some very positive work to keep ML&P's reliability high and rates low. Cutting wages and benefits of ML&P employees and limiting our ability to bargain will have no effect on the city's budget and may in the end cost the ratepayers of ML&P money. This is just one reason why blanket legislation like AO 37 is not good for anyone. Not only does it limit the union's ability to bargain, but it also limits the ability of ML&P and city managers to bargain future contracts and to hire qualified and skilled workforce
Sean, are you
on the
close?
jobs. I'm done.
Okay. Mr. Holloman?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for your information. It's good to kind of remind people that the utilities and enterprises run differently than the general government side. But a news flash for you that the MOA's general budget has run not in the red, if you will, in the black for many years, and it has to because it's got a balance by law. And I don't know what the number is this year, but I'm hearing it may be tens of millions of dollars.
What is?
In surplus, the general government's budget from 2012. The books should be closed here soon. We should find the numbers, but in excess of $10 million is what I'm hearing.
I think they just came out.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sean, for your testimony and the great statistics. Refresh my memory. How many customers, including commercial, are served by MLMP?
Ma'am, I can't tell you that right off the top of my
You did such a good
head.
job on the other numbers. I figured you had that one.
No, I wasn't ready for that
thank
question.
you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Sean.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ian Whitmore, Whitmore. I was born and raised in Anchorage. Now I live in Eagle River with my wife and 3 kids. I am a journeyman lineman for MLMP. I have worked there for 3 years. I am a member of the IBEW Local 1547. I went through a 4-year apprenticeship program to become a journeyman lineman. In my line of work, safety is a priority. I have confidence knowing that the guys I work with are highly trained and safety oriented. It scares me to think that there's a possibility I would have to do my job working with people that may not have the skills and knowledge that are required. Everybody always says safety is the #1 priority, and I think you need to think about the impact this ordinance will have on the safety of workers and the public. We receive premium pay for certain parts of our work because we have a skill set that is hard to learn. How safe would it be for someone with little to no training working at heights or working with high voltages? You would be putting employees and the public in harm's way. The long-term effects of this ordinance could be devastating to the community, and you are trying to run it through in less than a month. A proposition of this magnitude needs time to be studied, analyzed, and thoroughly thought out. This ordinance will have a direct negative effect on thousands of people, and for what? An undefinable, unknown benefit to the people of Anchorage? That's a lot of risk for the people that work for the municipality. I think you should take the time and do some research before making a decision that me and my family's well-being and many more people like me might be in danger. I have the skills and knowledge to do my job safely and efficiently. I am a valuable worker to MLMP. I have the potential to work there for 20-plus years. If this ordinance is passed and there are some negative impacts to my work or my ability to support my family, I will have to make a decision. I don't want to be forced to make this decision. But if my safety is at risk or my family's livelihood is put in jeopardy, then I will take my training, my skills, my knowledge, and my experience and find work somewhere else.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Assembly members, Mayor. My name is Rex Sharp, Jr., and I am the Sergeant of Arms for the Local 71 public employees, and I'm a hard-working public employee and proud of it. I've served the municipality humbly for the last 8 years. I work for the Parks and Recreation Department. This is not a glorified department. We don't get kudos, nor do we desire them. But we do the little things, and it's the little things that count. The beloved L.V. Gray Jackson, along with some of you other assembly members, are familiar with the budget cuts and targeting of our department. We are the little guy on the totem pole, okay? So, you know, we don't make a lot, but we appreciate and do what we do well. Tell you a quick story about what we do. If you've ever gone to a park for a family picnic or a barbecue or maybe a wedding or an event or simply taking your kids out for a day at the park. And if you've ever noticed that the area of use has been thoroughly cleaned and sanitized from the pavilions all the way to the playgrounds, where our children and your grandchildren and your dogs, if you don't have children, play. And if you've ever discovered that there was no broken glass in the pea gravel or any heroin needles to be discovered in the sand or wood chips, just know that a professional public employee provided that for you. And what I do, it takes a peculiar type of person to do this, a person who is not, or should I say a person who is absent of apathy and indifference, a person who pays attention to the little details that keep all of us safe and give us all the opportunity to enjoy a higher quality of life in our parks, which we do hold precious. And in summary, Mr. Chair, I do close with this, and it's simply to leave you all with a thought from the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 18, which says, "Come, let us reason together." Where's the reason in this? I feel that, actually I strongly believe that this legislation and others that are proposed like it will strip away that God-given right and undermine everything that this chamber stands for. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Reggie. Just a moment. Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Sharp, thank you for, you may view yourself as just the little guys, but you do provide a valuable service, and it is collectively a very important task that our municipal employees do, and I appreciate you coming and sharing this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Dee Wilson, W-I-L-S-O-N. I grew up and graduated from Diamond High School. I stayed in Anchorage. I've been an officer with APD for 10 years. I'm also the wife of an APD officer. I'm a mom, a stepmom, a homeowner, a voter, and I'm also a daughter of a retired APD officer. This ordinance would make drastic, sweeping changes that are being made too quickly behind closed doors while not promoting good faith discussions between the municipality and the employee organizations. Although there are many areas I don't agree with, I will only speak about a couple. I am also disturbed that there is an S version of this ordinance that's not being available to read or comment on. One of the many changes is specialty pay. A career goal of mine has been to work in the detective division, but losing that specialty pay while having to be in an on-call position is not appealing. Another proposed change is doing away with seniority and the municipality being able to exercise complete control and discretion over scheduling its employees. I am currently assigned to day shift patrol with weekdays off. This is a schedule that I have bid for based on the needs and what is best for my family. The thought of officers being moved around, there being nothing based on seniority, seems like it would be a good old boy system. It's all in who you know and how well you are liked if you get the shift or the time off that you want. Changing our hours and numbers of days off would definitely have a reflection in the morale of employees. We need the time off to decompress from what we have seen or action that we have had to take. From driving code to an officer that has been injured, to transporting an intoxicated person to the community service patrol, sometimes the same person days in a row, who this time has decided to empty his bladder in your car. Yes, I've had to clean that up. Processing a drunk driver, telling parents a baby has died and sitting with them as they grieve, to directing traffic in a blizzard on the highway. Being a police officer is my job. When I go home on my Friday, I am off work and value the stability of my schedule. The quality of my life is very important to me. If this ordinance passes, I believe the ability to retain longtime employees as well as new hires will be gone. As many have stated before, this will become a training department. As much as I like my job, if this ordinance passes, I am considering looking for other employment. I would also like to challenge each of you to come on a ride-along. I know Ms. Gray Jackson has, and I know Mr. Honeman is very familiar, obviously, with our department. But I challenge each of you to do that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dee.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. My name is Michael Wilson, and I've been a police officer for over 19 years. I've been employed by the Anchorage Police Department for over 10 years. I'm a senior patrol officer assigned to the patrol division, and I've spent my entire APD career on patrol. I enjoy what I do, and that is responding to calls and the day-to-day needs of the citizens of this city. I began my law enforcement career as a U.S. Army military policeman, and upon an honorable discharge from the military, and just prior to APD, I was employed for 6 years at a sheriff's department on the East Coast. It was a fine agency with men and women who embrace the same principles that I do, a commitment to providing police services to the community in a professional manner. While there, I served as a patrol officer, a field training officer, a detective, and a member of the SWAT team. But that agency was an at-will employer. It did not provide employment protection to its employees that was commensurate with the commitment and sacrifice the officers made and were willing to make for that community. I was subjected to an ever-rotating schedule, working 12-hour shifts, moving from day shift to night shift every 28 days. And to add to that chaos, my days off were opposite from week to week. That was the way that management saw fit to run things. Additionally, there was no such thing as seniority, and overtime was governed by the good old boy system, a cronyism wherein you had to be friends with the right folks in order to be offered overtime. This left the individual officer to fend for himself and hope he or she was in the right clique. Those are some of the many reasons that led me to APD. Working for the City of Anchorage has been a privilege and an honor. The Anchorage Police Department has, for quite a long time, been viewed around the nation as an elite department with some of the highest standards for both the hiring process and its training and work standards. Because of the compensation offered by the city, it has attracted and continues to attract some of the highest quality candidates for employment. If this ordinance were to pass and limited the union's ability to fairly negotiate for its members' benefits, the type of candidates and hence the quality of officers the city will start to see over the next few years will decline, bringing with it problems far beyond what anyone is obviously anticipating, and I've seen it. And this ordinance affects almost all city employees in that respect. I'm a homeowner and a taxpayer and a voter, and as such, I urge you to consider that managed competition will, in a simplified view, be farming out services to the lowest bidder. As a citizen, I don't believe that necessarily is the best thing to do. Why would you consider entering into a contract with a private company to provide city services when you'd be leaving a lot of the quality control and other decisions to that company's management? Do you want the employee who's willing to work for the least amount of money to ensure that your drinking water is safe, or that your city vehicle has been maintained properly, or is responsible for your child's safety while swimming at one of the city's pools? I don't. In conclusion, it can't be overstated. Collective bargaining in good faith brings about fair work rules and committed employees, and binding arbitration is a way to settle disputes. Now, having said that, it seems that there is a vast and varying opinions on what some of the nebulous language in this ordinance means. If this ordinance passes, and as we as employees see the worst case scenario, as it's been explained to us, I wish to tell you that I intend to take my education and experience and find a department that's willing to compensate its officers for the commitments they make. But I have no delusions of grandeur. I know that I am just one cog in this great big machine. And if I pop off, the administration will simply pop another cog back on. But what I'm hoping you will do, and what you must consider, is how well that cog was made, how well it will work in the machine, how long it'll last, and what are the chances it will cause the machine to break down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, thank you for your service to our constituents. We appreciate it. If they do go to outsourcing, I hate using the word managed competition because it's not what it is. The vehicle you use, how comfortable would you be in getting that vehicle every night and pushing it to the speeds you have to do when you're running a code from one end of town to the other, knowing the lowest bidder made that thing operational?
It would be disconcerting to say the least, sir.
Thank you, sir. appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Chizh. That's C-Z-Y-Z. I was born and raised in Anchorage. What exactly is just one of the jobs of 902 senior police clerk's job classification? I am a senior police clerk, and I'll answer that in a moment. I was hired at the APD in records in 1997, and prior to coming to APD, I worked in the travel industry. I worked for 7 years in records, and then I transferred over to the Special Victims Unit, where I am today. The majority of my job is to transcribe the police recordings of sexual assault victims, suspects, and witnesses, averaging 4,500 pages a year. You will probably never hear a more emotionally charged, more emotionally filled statement than that of a sexual assault victim or the family of a homicide victim. The courage, poise, and strength in the manner in which sexual assault victims give their statements to the Special Victims Unit, first to the patrol officers, then to the detectives, and then the SART and the STAR personnel amazes me. Some victims are tearful, irate, hysterical, mad, and angry, and some are fearful. But because of the Special Victims Unit, SART, and STAR personnel, they are able to give their account of the sexual assault, something that they will have to live with for the rest of their lives. I have learned that sexual assaults do not only affect the victim or the suspect alone, but everyone involved with these victims, whether he or she is a spouse, significant other, family member, or a friend. I have trained 4 clerks in transcribing thus far. I am an FTO or field training officer. I've also trained many records clerks. You should also know that transcribing is not just typing. And not only does it involve typing, but an immense amount of endurance, ear skill, along with attention to detail, for it requires transcribing the entire recording verbatim. Besides the spoken and recorded interview and the eyewitnesses' accounts given to the police of what happened, it is just that, a verbal account, as all police reports are. My job is to get the recordings transcribed on paper for the district attorney's office and the pending trials. I invite each and every one of you to try and transcribe a recording verbatim and see if you still think of it as typing. It is not an easy skill to learn, and it can take anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks to train someone in transcribing. So this is what my job title of 902 Senior Police Clerk is. That's just one of them. There's many of them. I agree wholeheartedly that I am worth every bit of my wage that I make, as well as everyone here tonight. I truly believe if my job were to be outsourced, the quality of all spoken and recorded interviews would drastically decrease. This would depend on the outsourcing if it went to an out-of-state entity. But by being an employee with the Anchorage Police Department, I have the advantage of knowing this city, its neighborhoods, street names, and the state of Alaska and its cities. And for the fact that I've been doing this job for 9 years, my job is a never-ending learning process, and I take great pride and care in my work.
Thank you, Rebecca.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Aaron Witt. I'm here to discuss my specific concerns with this ordinance. At age 18, I entered my given profession, and for the past 21 years, I have been employed, and I have faithfully served in each and every community in which I've been employed. Between 1990 and 1998, I worked for 2 different communities. I witnessed time and again as good, hardworking employees suffer the wrath of injustice caused by arbitrary decisions. I watched as managers changed employees' work schedule, work conditions, days off, work assignments, and even their vacation. These things weren't done out of mission-critical concerns or staffing needs. They were done because of arbitrary feelings based on disagreements. It was wrong. Employees suffered, their families suffered, and the community suffered. In 1998, I was hired by the municipality of Anchorage, and with my wife, I moved here. Over the course of 15 years, I've established my home, my career, and my family here in Anchorage. I came to continue my chosen career, to live in a place that I love, and have the security of knowing that the aspects of my employment are spelled out in a contract. Contracts that I might add are fairly negotiated and mutually agreed upon. I liked what I saw, and I've been blessed ever since. Opportunities afforded to me such as hours of work time, hours of work and overtime. The vast majority of folks that I work with do so out of desire to serve. These agreements are reasonable and simply establish fairness and compensation for when the service that I provide far intrudes into my life. Seniority. Seniority is one key element that drew me here. I view seniority as a known quantity. I knew that after years of sacrificing nights, weekends, and holidays, I would someday earn the ability to choose my shift, my days off, and my vacation. It's a fair and equitable way to establish organizational stability. Some of the concerns I have with this ordinance have to do with management rights to determine operations including staffing, scheduling, and overtime, the ability to exercise complete control and discretion over scheduling of its employees and or equipment. According to my contract, management has the rights to manage affairs and direct its workforce, unless it's otherwise fairly negotiated and mutually agreed upon. Collective bargaining under this, supervisory employees shall not be members of the bargaining unit. In 2011, I promoted to a supervisory position. And if you ask me, I've done a damn good job for my employees, for my employers, and for this city. If this ordinance had been in place, I would not have promoted. Over the last 2 years, I have worked diligently to encourage and to motivate my employees to strive for leadership positions. This ordinance dramatically undermines that. Speaking of arbitrary decisions, binding arbitration protects both entities from arbitrary decisions. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, if you want to change the conditions of my contract, then do so. Negotiate it. What I fear the most about this ordinance is that neither side truly knows the full extent of the consequences that could occur if this ordinance passes. I fear that passing this ordinance will forever erode the foundation of trust and morale for thousands of workers who faithfully serve this community. I am Aaron Witt. This ordinance is unnecessary, and I do not support the idea that a law is needed to effectively manage.
Thank you, Aaron. Mr. Honeman.
Aaron Witt, just want to make sure, I heard what you said about you wouldn't have put in for a promotion if you knew that it was going to remove you from the protection of the union. What happens if this passes and the supervisors are no longer allowed to participate?
According to this ordinance, I read it under 37060 collective bargaining units, I would be removed from that position. I would be removed.
Would you take a downgrade or request a downgrade to go back into protections? Or would you?
Well, Mr. Honeman, at the point that occurs and my contract expires, for those ladies and gentlemen who are sitting in a seat, if you're still in that seat, I'll come and let you know at that time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Buckta. That's B Bravo U C H T A. I was born in Anchorage and I've lived here most of my life. I was raised on the east side and I've since moved to Midtown. I've been married almost 25 years. I have an adult daughter and a teenage son that we've raised in this city. In 1994, I was selected from an applicant pool of about 1,500 to join the Anchorage Police Department. I completed the academy and began my career in patrol working swing shift, primarily in Muldoon, where we lived at the time. Over the course of the last 18 years, through seniority, I moved to day shift patrol. I worked the traffic unit for about a year until it was disbanded. Then I rejoined that unit in 2005 when it was resurrected. Currently, I'm in the traffic unit as a team leader for the Major Collision Investigation Unit, and I'm also a fatality investigator. All of this means that I'm tied to a cell phone, which rings at the most inopportune times. Thanksgiving dinners, family reunions, weekends, and generally in the early morning hours or late at night, I'm called out to investigate somebody's tragedy. I'm willing to do this for the citizens of this city. In return, I expect a reasonable wage and benefits, support from my agency, and stability in my employment. The proposed changes in AO 37 put all of this in jeopardy. Without binding arbitration, I have no certainty that I will have a fair and objective bargaining process available. Rather, it will be dictated to me, and I will have the option to take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. Not where I expected to be at this stage in my life. My intent was to stay with APD for at least 25 years, continue to serve this city that is my home, and provide APD a good return on investment. That investment being police training, but also a great deal of advanced collision investigation training that makes me fairly marketable in both the law enforcement circles as well as the private sector. When I learned of these proposed changes to AO 37, I had a couple of thoughts. And they were thoughts that I really never had before. First, I thought, wow, I may have to retire at 20 years, which is when my current contract expires. And the second thought, which is even more troubling, I may have to leave this city. I've lived here for 48 years. I think it's a foregone conclusion that this ordinance will have a seriously negative effect on the city of Anchorage in public safety, quality of life, and eventually economics as the housing market and economic base begins to reflect the general decline of this city. I realize this issue is much bigger and broader than one employee, and its effects will be felt far and wide and for many years. What I don't understand is why this rewrite is necessary, nor do I understand the motives behind it. In the past, unions have given concessions in many areas when there was real needs for the welfare of the city. APD gave a wage concession in our current contract. Why doesn't the current administration simply ask for what they deem necessary rather than propose this radical and risky ordinance change? I urge you, the Assembly, to simply vote no on these changes as a whole. My preference is to stay put for another 7 or 8 years, but without binding arbitration and the ability to negotiate my working conditions and stability that's afforded, that may not be an option for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. If you will bear with me, my clerk's back. I can do a lot of things, but I can't do anything without the clerk, so give us a moment. I understand. Good evening.
Evening, sir. Mr. Chair and members of the Assembly, I'm Mike Cravens. I am not a city employee, okay? But I am a concerned citizen, a resident of Eagle River. For 31 years, I've been a payer and a customer of services of the municipality. I want to go on record as not supporting Ordinance 37. I have major concerns with most of its content and all of its intent. There's 3 aspects of the proposal that particularly concern me, and because I've got folks lined up behind me and I am very sensitive to their time, I am going to check my crib notes here, okay? First, the proposal's overall degrading effect on recruitment and retention of the very individuals who provide direct point of service to the citizens and visitors of Anchorage, especially in the level 1 area of public safety. Your defined levels, level 1, 2, 3, okay? Significance and priority for the city, especially in the level 1 area of public safety. If we want and demand responsive, consistent, high-quality service, we must provide compensation appropriate to the quality of the employee providing that service. You know, that's a basic tenet of any business. We expect our public safety workforce to be well-educated, well-trained, and accountable for their performance in our safety. Our police officers, firefighters, paramedics provide critical service 24/7 under demanding physical and psychological conditions, directly on the street to the citizens of Anchorage. Shift work, few of us are willing or able to perform. Shift work, 24/7. If you haven't already, I encourage you to join, as others have, a patrol officer or a paramedic some Saturday night or early Sunday morning to experience their work world. And I respectfully ask, I would like to see a show of hands of those Assembly members who have done that. Second, in a previous life, I spent 22 years in federal contracting, including my last 7 years as Director of Contracting for the Air Force in Alaska. I'm intimately familiar with the pros and cons of privatization, or contracting out, if you will, of operation and maintenance services. There may be some immediately, I agree, there may be some immediately advertisable cost savings with the award of a, quote, low bid price, end of quote, contract to a commercial source. But like most things, the devil's in the details. Eventually, you will be saddled with a much less responsive, inflexible provider who will demand, and you will wind up paying, cost increases, because you cannot accurately and completely specify every possible service under every possible condition in a contract statement of work. And you'll have little option to return the work in-house because you have attrited out your experienced in-house labor force. Additionally, you'll need a devoted city program manager and a staff knowledgeable about that function to manage it, on-the-job quality insurance inspectors, coverage for third-party provider liability, and devoted city attorneys to negotiate level after level of change orders and provide contract dispute resolutions for that service. All the while still having to comply with Fair Labor Standards Act and Davis-Bacon wage requirements. Bottom line, you're guaranteeing yourself to make expensive mistakes, much like trying to get an expensive, new and improved information technology system to perform as advertised. The federal government has effectively retreated from the 1980s and the 1990s program of contracting out, having learned some very hard lessons. They recognize that services similar to our Level 1 and most of our Level 2 services are inherently governmental. Lastly, I'm most concerned with the method the mayor has used to introduce this proposal. The message it sends is municipal employees are not valued and that their participation in our city's business is not value added. The polarizing effect of this is like a cancer to this community. Turn this Ordinance 37 away and come to the table directly with each very different union prepared to negotiate mutual needs. Is that more challenging and require the parties to plan and prioritize in advance? Absolutely. But that direct eye-to-eye work is what we want and I want and expect from you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, thank you.
Mr. Graves?
Mr. Graves, come on back here for a second. Come on. Thank you. Sorry to get you mid-step, but that's exactly what I saw at Elmendorf for years. Once they started doing outsourcing, trying to accomplish that the first year, they came in really cheap. After that, the people were gone, they knew how to do it, and they just jacked the price up every single year.
Something I didn't add, I didn't think it was necessarily appropriate and time-sensitive again issue, is I worked on the other side preparing contracts after my departure from the Air Force for various native corporations and other commercial entities. There is a strategy they employ to acquire service contracts and retain them in about a 3 to 5 year window. That includes depleting, letting the city or the customer deplete their in-house labor force where they can't reconstitute it, and deluge with change orders. And when services are required and the answer is, that's not in the contract, you got a problem.
You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Craven? Never mind. That's okay. I just find it refreshing that you're not a municipal employee, but you're willing to come in from particularly your area of town and discuss the concerns and what you think are priorities in the city. So I thank you very much.
Certainly, I am willing to do that.
And thank you for your service.
Certainly. Any other questions?
No, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Hall and members of the Assembly, the Mayor and his staff. My name is Jim Stubbs, S-T-U-B-B-S, and many of you just simply know me as lead structural building inspector for the MOA. I came to Anchorage in 1972 after I got out of the Vietnam War, and I've been here 40 years now in construction-related projects. The last 21 years have been with the MOA in building safety. And what I want to talk to you about tonight is AO 37 and its unforeseen consequences. On Sunday in the Anchorage Daily News, in Section B, there was an article by Chris Steffens which spoke to commercial real estate and associated construction here in Anchorage and how it was 1/3 of the economy right now and how important that is. This sector, like I said, makes up about 1/3 of the Anchorage economy, and therein lies one of the big unforeseen consequences of AO 37. If AO 37 moves ahead, I will probably lose 25 to 50% of my inspection staff. This would be a huge hit to the municipality. These are seasoned Alaskans. They're certified international code building inspectors in both residential and commercial. It's hard to come by these guys. You're not going to find them on a street corner holding up a sign saying, I will work as a building inspector. They're tough to come across. Most of my guys have been in construction 20 to 40 years, and they've been with me now 12 to 22 years. I'm very fortunate with the staff. When we get people in from the international code from the outside to put on a class, or they may be a building official somewhere else, they talk about our qualified crew and how fortunate we are to have these people. You know, it takes about 5 to 10 years when I get an inspector to bring him up to where he's a seasoned professional inspector able to quickly evaluate all the changing environment we have here in Anchorage. It's fluid. It's changing daily. Chairman Hall, you see that all the time in the work that you're involved in. This loss of personnel would be a real hit to the municipality of Anchorage. The big problem was it would slow down the construction in Anchorage, which would affect the economy. That's the bottom line. How would it affect the economy? Well, the ramifications would be contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, owners of property, the people that want to work in these buildings, they're all going to take a financial hit. There's going to be delays there. This would spread all the way through the community and affect the entire economy as our municipality right now. Another thing it would do, it would delay putting things on the tax roll. These buildings would not be completed. It would take longer to get them on the tax roll, and we know that's not the way to go. I had a contractor call me today, and he said, Jim, he said, you know, there's another problem with this. He said, if down at the developmental services, at the permit counter, if you lose personnel there and get new personnel, that's going to slow me down there. If you lose inspectors and get new inspectors and they're not as familiar and it takes them longer, he said, I simply won't get a permit. I won't get inspections. And there goes our life and fire safety that we inspect for. That would be taken out of our hands. I wouldn't have the personnel to go around to find these guys that are working without permits. That'd be a real problem. So, plain and simple, AO 37 is really bad for the citizens of Anchorage. You should either table it or just throw it in the trash can.
Thank you, Jim. There are no questions. Good evening.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank the Assembly members and the Mayor for this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Bob Gray, and that's spelled B-O-B or B-O-B. I'm a current member of the Anchorage Municipal Employees Union, and I work in the land use planning at the Department of Community Development. I've worked for the municipality a little over 10 years, and today I earn 50 cents less per hour than when I left the private sector in 2002. I was hired as a structural inspector, and after 6 years I was laid off in a reduction of workforce. I applied for and was hired into the municipality's weatherization program as a quality control inspector. Then after 2 years, I was laid off again when the weatherization program was restructured. I was fortunate enough to be able to transfer into the department I'm in now, which is land use planning, where I've been for 2 years providing research and help to the public, referencing all of the titles that regulate the multitude of services the city provides, including Title 21. For close to 30 years now, and throughout my tenure employed by the city, the union membership has been asked by several administrations to freeze our wages or take a leave without pay in an effort to help solve one budget crisis after another. Each time, the membership has complied. There is documented history of all the unions working hand in glove in good faith with the municipality of Anchorage to negotiate fair and equitable labor contracts or adjustments to existing contracts. Today, you are considering an ordinance that will forever destroy this working history and replace it with an ordinance that removes the two basic principles of negotiations, good faith and arbitration. Good faith is the cornerstone for all negotiations, and it comes from the Latin words bona fide, made with earnest intent without fraud or deceit. Today, good faith is used in commercial law, corporate law, business law, and in labor law. In labor law, the National Labor Relations Act of 1935 mandates good faith bargaining by every union and employer in order to reach agreement. When negotiations cannot come to a reasonable conclusion satisfactory to both parties, then both parties come before a neutral arbitrator. Both parties have to agree to the arbitration, or else the arbitration is not conducted in good faith. This ordinance effectively eliminates good faith negotiations and the ability to have neutral arbitration, which is a time-respected form of dispute resolution. As you know, the Assembly already approves or rejects labor contracts submitted by the administration. To have an Assembly responsible for rejecting a labor contract then become the sole source of arbitration for the same contract they just rejected eliminates even the appearance of good faith bargaining. The authority given to the Assembly is the power to approve or not approve, and the authority to negotiate belongs to the administration. This ordinance would predetermine the path of all future labor contracts and negotiations. When only one side of a dispute can say who is going to settle a disagreement, then the negotiations become a mere facade and an exercise in futility. In this case, the ordinance will keep the ball in the Assembly side of the court from the beginning to the end of any negotiations. In effect, every administration guided by this ordinance would never have to negotiate a contract in good faith because the end result was predetermined. This ordinance...
Bob, I'm sorry, you're well past your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening to you all. My name is Chris Keene, K-E-E-N. I'm a captain with the Anchorage Fire Department. I've been in the fire service for about 13 years. I'm also a captain with the Alaska Air National Guard. I've been in various components of military service for about 20 years. I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss how AO 37 will affect municipal employees who are also members of a Guard and or reserve component of the Armed Forces. First, please understand that almost half of our nation's military strength resides in the National Guard and Reserve. These men and women who volunteer to serve rely on the support not only from their families, but also from their employers. Today, the number one reason Guard and Reserve members choose to no longer serve is the difficulty associated with maintaining a balance between their continued military service and their civilian career. In the past, employees through union representation have been able to maintain this balance by sitting at the negotiating table and creating a mutual understanding of military requirements and work schedule constraints unique to that particular labor group. A military leave policy has always been negotiated in good faith so our members can meet minimum training requirements in service to our nation without taking personal leave or leave without pay. If this ordinance is passed as written, all employees would fall under the municipal code that relates to military leave. While I can't speak for the work schedules of each and every municipal employee, I can testify that this municipal code does not translate well to the fire department's line personnel and probably other labor groups, public safety in particular. The dual role of Guard and Reserve members is a challenge. The military, to include the Guard and Reserve, has become highly operational in the last 11 to 12 years, as you might imagine. No longer simply a strategic reserve. The U.S. government is clearly concerned about this dual role. Congress continues to pass new legislation to extend the benefits of civilian employees called to military service. States have also followed this lead and in most provide further protections of civilian careers while employees serve their states or their nation. One intended result of these legislations is to provide examples and models that would hopefully encourage local governments and private industry to follow suit. and I'll summarize here. While it may not be your intent, under AO 37, members of our department may have to take personal leave or leave without pay to fulfill minimum military training requirements. At a time when we should be promoting a culture in which our American employers support and value the military service of their employees, this ordinance has the potential to discourage participation in military duty. To apply uniform standards in certain areas causes great concern, and these issues should be solved prior to passing an ordinance such as AO 37. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, thank you for your service. Have you squared up 37 with the ESGR committee? You know what the ESGR committee is?
I do know who that is. My understanding, ESGR is only concerned primarily with the USERRA regulation, Uniform Service Employment Reemployment Rights Act, which is the federal law that protects military members.
Well, ESGR,
that's kind of what they regulate.
Square this up with them, because I think they have federal law behind them, and they have attorneys that would gladly take the city to court over it, because anything that stops you from fulfilling your guard requirements that doesn't equate equally with the federal law gets changed in an instant. So please get a hold of ESGR. Okay? I know I've dealt with the issue of temporary employees, but we're talking about full-time employees.
Ms. Johnston?
With the USERRA, well, first of all, were you ever deployed for the either 8 months or 9 months in the last 10 years?
I've been deployed multiple times over the last 10 years.
For the long period of time of some of our National Guards, were you overseas?
I'm typically deployed for 4 months at a time.
And what kind of coverage does your family have as far as insurance at that time? You get coverage as far as National Guard?
Well, once I move into a permanent military status, I'm covered on military benefits. The municipality, our benefits package expires after a 30-day period. The municipality has been paying our premiums so that we maintain both coverages, primarily because the USERRA, again, requires an employer to put that individual back into their medical plan once they return and come off of military duty. And the way our plan is established is difficult to come right back onto a benefits package in mid-year.
Because of how we do our enrollment?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Osander?
I don't think there's really time to get into it right here, but if there's something specific in the code regarding the ability to go in with the Guard, I'd like to know specifically what it is. So could you possibly email that?
Sure, I could.
Thank you.
And again, I'm not here to question anybody's patriotism. I'm just here to question or to bring to light that there are some specifics in this ordinance that, if not taken into consideration prior to its passing, could have negative effects.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I'd like to know more about the specifics later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairperson, Assembly members, Mayor, and representatives of our city administration. I am so humbled by the people who have testified before me. My name is Sandy Stanek, S-T-A-N-E-K. I am a lifelong Anchorage resident, a taxpayer, and a voter. I have 3 minutes to attempt to change the hearts and the minds of those who are currently in favor of AO 37. Every second counts when you have only 3 minutes. Every second is precious. I would like to use a few of these precious seconds to thank the hardworking, dedicated union members who have made my life and the lives of all of us in this room better. Thank you to the union members for providing reliable light and power and clean, safe water. Thank you to the city and state equipment operators who plow our great city's highways, roads, and bike paths. Thank you to the dedicated union members who work in the municipal offices that are scattered throughout our city. You are the backbone of all of those offices. Thank you to the policemen and firemen who helped keep all of us safe. And lastly, although not a union group that is currently affected by AO 37, I would like to thank the loving, caring, dedicated, hardworking public school teachers who teach my child every single day and give her a great public education. To all of those of you who are in this room, you don't get thanked enough. Certainly not by this current administration. In my home, I would consider myself a terrible parent if I taught my children that all people with purple hair are the real cause of our high crime rate, or that all people with blue hair are the reason why car insurance rates are so high. Yet it is okay for elected members of our community, leaders of our community who people look up to continually attack, degrade, and vilify hardworking, tax-paying Anchorage citizens simply because they are a member of a union. This needs to stop. It is embarrassing and it's disappointing to many in our community. I am not a direct stakeholder in AO 37 because I am not a member of any of the unions who will be negatively affected if this ordinance passes. But I am smart enough and mature enough to understand that all of us in the Anchorage community are stakeholders. It will affect all of us personally and financially for years to come. I have heard over and over again that this ordinance will protect our taxpayers, as if somehow our union members aren't paying taxes. We all do. The city claims that unions have an unfair advantage because they can strike. If this was true, why hasn't there been a strike in over 20 years in Anchorage?
Excuse me for 1 minute. Mr. Hahnemann has a question.
I'm intrigued that you are a citizen of Anchorage and not a member of the municipal workforce?
I am a public school teacher, not in a union that's going to be affected by AO 37 at this time.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for sharing your comments. Is there something else that you had that you wanted to summarize?
You know what? I guess the bottom line for me is that this isn't about who's on the left and who's on the right. It's about what's wrong and what's right. And this is wrong. It will affect every single person in the Anchorage community in a negative way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, and your staff. My name is Michael Jesperson, J as in Juliet, Echo Sierra person. I'm just a person. I'm not a union member. With the exception of a few places in Utah, everywhere in this country considers me a staunch conservative with libertarian tendencies. They'd all be shocked to see me standing here tonight with the opinion that I have, and that is throw this ordinance away, get rid of it.
Please let this man continue.
I've paid property taxes in this city for right around 5 years. I don't mind paying people to do their job. I like it when the fire department shows up with the ambulance when I'm having a heart attack. Thanks, guys. I don't know if the people that did that are here in the room tonight, because I don't remember who you were, but thanks. Even if you like the ideas that this proposal is supposed to accomplish, you've got to recognize that there's a lot of problems with it. There's inadequate protections for the citizens if you outsource something to a company. What do we get when that company doesn't meet the current standard of service? Or worse yet, doesn't provide any service? Right now, I can go to my assembly members, I can go to the mayor's office, and I can get something done. You got a private contractor in there, you've added another layer of bureaucracy and made it nearly impossible. Rather than say binding arbitration can be vetoed by the assembly, why don't you just say the arbitrator has to consider the financial realities of the city and the taxpayers, and sometimes it's going to be good for one side and not the other. Usually I'm going to pay a little bit more, and that's okay. If you choose to go forward with this proposal, and I do not think you should, make your necessary changes to your S version or whatever, and then give all of us a chance to read it and comment on it. Pulling it behind closed doors and trying to pass it is an insult to me as a citizen. Like I said, I'm not a union member. Most people in this room on both sides of the diocese there have a personal financial stake. You've got something to gain or lose if this passes. I'm not a union member. I'm a salesperson. So technically, I guess I'm not a stakeholder, but I can tell you this is wrong. And take care of people for doing what they're supposed to do and doing a good job of it. Do not let this ordinance go forward, please.
Mr. Hahnemann has a question for you.
So, first of all, you are a stakeholder. You're a citizen taxpayer in this community, so I appreciate that. The other is, thank you for sharing your personal medical condition with the rest of us, but I'm thankful you're able to get medical attention. And
Yeah,
you're here today.
December of 2009, I went to my doctor's office. I was on my way to see a client. I didn't feel good. I went to my doctor's office. She called the paramedics, said I wouldn't have made it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Michael. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Mueller, Senior Patrol Officer with APD. Very difficult to follow the people who have come before me. A lot of eloquence, a lot of thought. So I decided I'm going to go at this a little different angle. I'm going to present myself as a case study for this ordinance. I'm here because I left that 16 years ago. I wanted to start, though. Last week I was here and Mr. Tromley posed a question to Sergeant Couturier, something to the effect of binding arbitration with the police department and fire, and that we are the only ones that have that. And I think he was looking for a rationale or something to kind of support that. This ordinance addresses in a lot of ways outsourcing, privatization, whatever you want to call it. There is no civilian equivalent to my job. By statute, you can't hire a private cop to arrest somebody. It doesn't happen. So, that brings me to binding arbitration. Without a seat at the table, I have nothing. I can't go get a cop job down the street. It doesn't exist. I have to work for a city, a state, a municipality, federal government. Period. The only other point I want to touch on as I go through this is vicarious liability, which sort of brings me to what am I worth? I'd like to thank the mayor, the assembly, the chief for allowing me this opportunity. A little bit about me. I have an associate degree in law enforcement. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I've been a cop for almost 20 years. Law enforcement officer sounds cool. Senior patrol officer sounds nifty. When you go to Muldoon, where I work, I'm the big guy from Muldoon. Okay? The reality of it is, when you dial the phone, I show up. And to be perfectly blunt, when you dial the phone, I'm the guy you want to show up. Because I am good at what I do. I deserve a fair wage for a fair day's work. Nothing more, nothing less. My training experience. I've got plaques, ribbons. I got stuff to paper the wall. I got life-saving awards, multiple. Meritorious conduct. All sounds great. The reality of it is probably the best compliment I have had in a long time. Yesterday, I am physically packing an inebriate out of the woods who was damn near froze to death. And another local street guy who I have arrested numerous times ran across the street and said, "Can I help you?" Because I've always treated him fairly. He may not have liked going to jail, but he knows that I have treated him fairly. To me, that speaks volumes. My work history. I started law enforcement early 1994, small rural town, North Idaho. Within 6 months of being there, I realized there's nothing here for me in advancement. I then hired on with the sheriff's department. It's better pay. It's making $12.78 an hour. 2 years, I thought, this isn't a bad job. We have county commissioners. There's 3. Between the county commissioners, rotating every 2 years, I saw this pendulum swing hugely in the political stature and makeup. The way this ordinance appears to be written is that right now, the political makeup is one way. In 2 years, we'll have a different mayor. We'll have a largely different assembly. God knows what that makeup will be. Do we really want our labor contracts swinging every 2 years? I saw my wage fluctuating by 25% every 2 years, and I left. I can't say this is what I would do if this went through. I can tell you what I, in fact, did twice, and I came here. I've now been here almost 16 years. I think I occupy an incredibly important position within my department, and I am proud to be there. Ultimately, in closing, I think this needs to be voted down. When you look at the way the pendulum could swing, 6 years ago, our mayor was not a fan of the mayor and the assembly that voted contracts, and I have been bludgeoned with that for 6 years. Right now, I am not a fan of this. But in 2, 4, 6 years, where's it going to be? Is that safe? Is it stable for the city to do? I contend it is not.
Okay. Thank you, Christopher. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the Assembly. My name is Glenn Swan. I came to Anchorage with my dad, mom, brother, and sister in 1969 for a 3-year tour with the Air Force. That was 44 years ago. I have a wife, 2 kids, a son in the Navy, and a daughter that's a junior in Chugiak High School, the same school I graduated from in '78. After graduation, I went to Denver Tech. On my return, I went to work in the private sector as a mechanic and had the opportunity to learn bodywork. I eventually had the opportunity to start my own business and ran it for several years. The building I was in was sold, so I had to move. While looking for a new location, I got a call from the union that there was an opening at the city. After my interview, they called and offered me a job. I decided to take it. That was 28 years ago. I started as a serviceman at Bering Street Fleet Services on the night shift till I earned enough seniority to move to days. From there, I worked my way up to the body repair technician. I read a quote the other day from American Airlines former CEO Robert Crandall. He said, "Every employee, from fleet services to the chairman, deserves the respect of every other employee. Respect requires courtesy, and any employee or any employee group that speaks ill of another renounces their own claim to either. Respect implies a willingness to settle disputes within the context of protocol of the law and process." These are good points that the administration could learn from. We are before you today because the mayor has renounced his respect to the unions, members, and the work of the city. He has thrown protocol out the window. We used to be the machinist union. I'm sure one of them remembers that. We fired them due to a lack of local representation. We were non-rep for a couple of years, but didn't get any of the things promised from the city, so we joined the IBW. As a new bargaining unit, we started as the first to negotiate a contract with this administration. As you all know, in negotiation, anything can be brought to the table. None of this was brought before us that's here today. We did, however, give up longevity, freezing everyone where they were and not allowing new hires the option. We worked out a deal that would bring us up to what the private sector is paying. I might add that if this is passed, we will never be able to do wage adjustments again. We used to be able to pull good mechanics out of the private sector, but anymore they are pulling good mechanics away from us. We just lost a 28-year employee to the slope recently. If this ordinance is passed, we'll have an even harder time getting good mechanics to come to work for the city. The mayor said it would be good if we had competition from the private sector. In the 28 years I worked for the city, we have 3 such encounters. The first was from Ryder Truck. They said they couldn't even do what we did for the price. The last was a CH2M Hill study. The mayor spent like $300,000 on the study. Did any of you read it? that basically said that we are doing a good job, but our workforce, but we are overmanaged and undertrained. If the mayor really wants to reduce operating costs, he would follow the taxpayers, he would follow what the taxpayer paid for, which I am one, and reduce management. I currently work under 7 layers.
Glenn, are you spoke close to concluding?
I have one more quote I would like to give from President Lincoln, who said, "Labor is prior to and independent of capital. Capital is the only fruit of labor, and could never have existed if labor had not existed. Labor is superior of capital and deserves a much higher consideration. Working men are the basis of all governments for the plain reason they are more numerous. To secure to each laborer the whole product of his labor, or as nearly as much as possible, is a worthy objective of any good government."
Thank you, Glenn. Mr. Horniman?
Two quick questions. One is, you've worked there as a body man for how many years?
As a body man, 20.
And does the city currently have the ability, if you're overworked or more severe work than you're able to capable, does it contract out to different vendors to have assist with body repair?
Yes, we contract out quite a bit of work. We don't have a frame machine, so any of the harder hit cars are we're contracted out.
Well, I know you fixed a couple of my cars, and I appreciate it. But the other question I have is, when IBW took over and you guys did a contract, what was the length of term on the contract with IBW? Do you remember?
4 years, I believe. It was finished the year we were in, and then 3 years after that.
Okay.
So 3 and some change.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for your years of service. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Glenn. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Hello, my name is Bob Brickhouse. I'm a member of the Operating Engineers, Local 302. I'm a heavy equipment operator with street maintenance. I currently have worked there for over 21 years. I'm a lifelong Alaska resident. My family moved to Anchorage in 1948. I'm a homeowner, I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a voter. And I'm here to urge you to vote no on this ordinance in any form. There are many reasons. The 21 years of experience and the vast knowledge I have in all of the aspects of what we do in street maintenance, it can't be outsourced. You can't hire a contractor with the knowledge that I have, the knowledge that I pass on to my brothers over the stuff that we do every day to make sure that your roads are safe for the police and the fire and the ambulance to make it to their calls every day. 24 hours a day, we're on the job, just like they are. There's many aspects of this ordinance. 370-040-A7 removes the rights of senior employees in regards to scheduling and overtime. Last week I watched you guys commend 2 employees, 32-year man and a 35-year man, for their service and their commitment to you, to us, to all of us. Seniority is a privilege, and it should be rewarded with the ability to bid your shift, to schedule your overtime, and to receive pay benefits for that. What he proposes in that is totally wrong. By removing the seniority, it's going to turn it into the good old boys club. The man that's most popular with the boss is the one that'll work on that Monday through Friday shift. He'll be the one to get called for that overtime when there's snow falling. It's not right. 370-060, paragraph H, supervisors and confidential employees shall not be members of a bargaining unit. Okay, our supervisors already aren't a member, but our lead person, they are. And they fill in for the supervisors a lot, and they can also be defined as confidential employees. I'm almost done. So that's a question. I have other questions too. 370.090, paragraph A, line 3, 370.110. You guys don't have time to negotiate our contracts. You're not labor lawyers. You don't, I mean, you have more issues to deal with, like Kronos, like CH2M Hill's efficiency study. I've got 21 years of experience. Have some guy sit in an office somewhere and tell me how to do my job. For 2 years they've been trying to do this. Not efficient. Okay. In closing, I'd like to respectfully thank the Assembly and the Mayor for this time, and just, I want you to vote no on this ordinance in any way, S form, whatever. And just remember that we're your labor unions, all of you guys. We're not the enemy, so don't cut our throats.
Thank you, Bob. Mr. Harneman?
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to kind of point out, number one, I did read the CH2M Hill efficiency study, and one of the things that strikes me is that the positioning of the equipment. Do you know if that's been undertaken? Do you know if they're positioning equipment differently? Or?
I know that they've been attempting to do it with the GPS, TomTom, and this is something that we've done I first started in 1982. So we've got it down to a pretty good science. They had us turning around in the middle of Arctic, 40th and Arctic, taking left turns. We don't take left turns unless we absolutely have to, and you sure don't turn around in the middle of Lake Otis at 8 o'clock in the morning. 68th and Lake Otis, 8 o'clock in the morning? I don't think so.
Thank you, Bob.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Assemblyman. My name is George Taylor. I'm an engineer for Anchorage Municipal Light and Power. I had originally wanted to come up here and discuss issues relating to ML&P, but so many of my coworkers have done such a great job doing that, I'd actually like to discuss something that's a bit more near and dear to my heart as a son of Anchorage. As an electrical engineer in this city, I have noticed that I am a rarity, in such a fact that I was born here. So many of our young men and women that you spend so much money educating leave this city and leave this state to find employment elsewhere because employment opportunities are so scarce. I've looked at the studies that use census data to determine our brain drain. We are always at the top or near the top, yet we spend more money than just about every other district to educate our young men and women. The city spent a lot of money educating me. I was amongst the best and the brightest. I left the state, got my education, came back, and had a hard time finding employment. There's not much opportunity for employment in this state for young entry-level professionals. The big oil companies want experienced engineers. They want people with the licensing, the accreditation. The place where you can really get the qualifications you need as an engineer, the time you need, is in the municipality, working for the utilities, working for ML&P, working for AWU. Those are the jobs that keep our young men and women here in this state. Without them, they're forced to go out of this state, and they don't come back. All that money you spent educating them, what is it now, $17,000 a year per student? Gone. You just invested it elsewhere, in Texas, North Carolina, Florida. With this ordinance, you will see fewer people searching for work up here that have good quality education. The jobs will be fewer. We've said it here many times. The word that you've heard over and over again is training ground. I'm sure a lot of you think that that's the best case scenario. That's not. What we're looking at here is a situation where all of these men and women will at the very least be thinking about employment elsewhere and looking for employment elsewhere. You'll be left without a labor force, without people that can do the job. The worst case scenario that's going to happen is that we end up with a situation like we had 2 years ago where we break a record snow and there's no one to plow the streets. In 1979, the mayor of Chicago lost his job because they could not clear the streets. A Democratic mayor of Chicago, about the closest thing to a lifetime appointment in this country next to a Supreme Court justice, lost his job because the city workers were not able to get the job done. That is the future we are going towards here, and it cannot be fixed with some after-the-fact S-bill. Once you agree to this Ordinance 37, it is essentially over. You have broken that trust, and everybody will be looking for employment elsewhere. You will not be able to fix it. I urge you to vote against this and not break the trust between the Assembly and the workers.
Okay. Thank you, George. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth J. Hughes. That's Hughes, and I'm a second-generation municipal employee. I feel a little bad because my speech isn't as passionate or soaring about the wonderful experiences I've had, but the AME has helped my family in many ways throughout the years, and in an effort to put something in the pot, I've recently become a union shop steward myself. And so you can imagine how lately I've been irked when I hear us referred to as union thugs by others, and even more so when I've been hearing non-municipal workers state that the municipal workers in Anchorage don't do enough, and we're paid too much to do it. And I have to beg to differ because the level of verbal abuse I and my coworkers receive would have to be experienced to be believed, and the demands of the citizens of Anchorage are growing increasingly absurd. People are expecting us to be bookkeepers for their businesses, to mediate between neighbors, to handhold, to counsel, and I've even had to teach people how to email over the phone, which, as you can imagine, is quite difficult. On any given day, I know I'm going to be called names, screamed at, cursed at, even threatened. And I frequently have gone home in tears or even started just crying at my desk. And that really isn't uncommon in my office. And there's days where I just want to give up entirely. But I stay. And it isn't out of some deep need to service the community, really. I'm staying. I've been at my job for 9 years, and I'm staying there because I receive a good paycheck. I receive good benefits and a good retirement plan. And for all these, I thank the union for. And anytime I'm on the verge of quitting, I'm reminded that I'll soon be earning more money for my present and future endeavors. And that keeps me returning to my cubicle each day and putting up with the citizens that call in angry at us. This isn't selfless behavior on any of our parts. We're professionals and we work for our pay and the promise of more if we can just stick it out. That's our reward for our loyalty and learning our job to the best of our ability and training the new people who will take over as the older people, such as my parents, who have just recently retired from the city. The ill treatment of employees has already caused several workers from my department to leave, and if this proposition passes, you're going to be losing even more valuable workers who figure if the money isn't going to be coming in, they might as well get a lower paying job that they might actually like at the private sector. I wish I'd been able to study the proposition more fully. I've only been able to read it through once. I do recognize there are some good ideas, but for the most part, it is poorly written and includes some items that are downright ridiculous. I feel the way it was presented, kept under wraps until the last possible moment, it just simply makes me distrust it and the people who are responsible for producing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a moment. Ms. Osiander?
Okay, you've got me totally intrigued. Where do you work where you're teaching people how to email?
Garbage department, believe it or not.
The garbage department? Solid waste?
Yep.
Huh.
Okay. People call in, they have no idea how to check a website or how to send us an email, so you're like, okay, now do you see where it says to? You need to type in, use the little @ sign. It's bizarre.
Wait.
Mr. Harmon?
Ms. Hughes, at least your father, was he worked in Parks and Rec, long time Parks and Rec?
Yes.
I thought so. Anyway, I didn't realize he'd retired.
A couple years ago now. It's been over a year.
All right, and thank you for your service as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Good evening.
How you doing?
Good.
My name is Jake Todd, spelled like it sounds, and I'm super duper angry. So I didn't have enough time to get my notes all prepared, so if you'll excuse me, I just have to confer with a couple of friends, all right? Hey, everybody. I was just wondering how many of you guys have ever voted Republican or conservative or...
Excuse me.
Cool.
You're going to testify, testify.
Right, hey, that's what I'm doing, testify. It's kind of a bummer that no matter what people say in this room, I feel like a lot of you guys have already made up your minds about things. Yeah. And so what's happening is kind of bad. I guess there was an Angry Birds tournament, so maybe not everybody's here. But so what I want to say is this: I'm not part of the union that's any of the unions that are being affected. I'm a teacher, but I'm a public school teacher. And if you think that this is not going to happen to public schools soon, I got some land to sell you. And it makes me sick, this entire thing. Not because of what's in it, but because of the process that's being followed, okay? After volunteering to serve this country in the Middle East in a development capacity for 2 years, I have seen how non-democracies work. And they work something similar to this. Dropping it at 4:55 on a Friday, please. And it's not in the spirit of democracy, and that's not the state I grew up in, and that's not the city I grew up in, and that's not the country that I represented. I know some of you personally, or I thought I did, and now in contradiction to common sense, many of you guys have sold your souls and sold out Anchorage in the process of whatever it is you guys are trying to get at, all right? This is not my place, but I'm going to stay here. And if any of you guys want a right-to-work state, move away. Go to Alabama. I've heard that the weather is great this time of year.
Thank you.
You didn't have any questions?
No questions.
All right. Thank y'all. I'll see you guys around.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been extremely tolerant with the applause. Please. Good evening.
Hi. My name is Janine Lockett. I am an employee with the municipality of the Anchorage Transit Department. I drive a people mover bus for 17 years. When I first came over to transit, I was making $19 an hour, and 17 years ago my starting wage was $12.75, but I took that cut because I was a single parent. I had 3 small children, and I needed the benefits and the retirement and everything that it had to offer. I never thought I would be fighting for it 17 years later when I'm closer to my retirement than I am to my beginning. So I just feel this is really wrong. I didn't just walk in and start making that money like everybody thinks that all city employees are overpaid and underworked. Like I said, I started at $12.75. Our drivers drive approximately 40,000 miles a year, and it's not easy. We work under the most harsh conditions. We're cussed at, we're hit, we're spit on, we're groped, we're physically abused, we're kissed. People in cars flip us off and cuss at us, and God forbid they let us in front of them. We work horrible hours. A lot of us work split days off, put in 14 hours just to get an 8-hour pay, but we do it because we get paid, and it pays our bills. But we still provide the highest level of service to the public we can. The defensive driving skills, the customer service, an unsurmountable amount of patience. This brings me to the PSP that I hear is so lucrative and what's caused the city a lot of its financial disaster. It's not excessive. It's an initiative for the drivers, and it takes 2 years of excellent skills, no accidents, great attendance, and customer service. There are a number of drivers who have achieved this perfect attendance and driving skills, and in doing so, they've also eliminated 1 accident per driver each quarter they pass, which could actually cost the city millions of dollars for one big accident. So what I'm trying to say is we are not the financial problem that the mayor keeps saying we are. My understanding is the last 4 years that he's been in office, we have an $88 million surplus, 19 million proposed for this year, and you can't roll it over to the next year. You already have the highest credit rating possible, so why has my property taxes gone up every single year since he's been in office? I just don't see any benefit from it. I can drive down my street, and the damn snow berms are so high the kids have to walk in the middle of the street because they're forced to. They can't walk near the side. It's just Eagle River bus service has been eliminated, and our property taxes still continue to go up. I don't understand this. He's not here. I read on a biography on the internet, it's O''SullivanClan.com, that he is a prior 15-year Teamster. So why is he coming in and insulting the unions when he at one time reaped the benefits that we're just asking to maintain? I don't understand that.
Ma'am, I need you to conclude.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is William Spear, S-P-E-I-R. I've been a resident of Anchorage 55 years. I've worked here all of my working career. I started out, I'm a 30-year veteran of the corporate environment up here. I worked for 2 large oil companies, and so I've been exposed many times to things called right-sizing, downsizing, cost-effective this, cost-effective that. So I understand the process, and one of the things that helped the employee get through those kinds of things was the trust and the communication with the employee and management back and forth. We weren't represented there, and the communication was open. In that 55 years here in Anchorage, I've raised children, grandchildren. I went to elementary school here and through high school. And in that time, this is the first time I have ever seen so few attempt to destroy so much of what so many have built. Now, the other thing that I'm concerned about is there appears to be an adversarial relationship developing between workers and management and administration. That concerns me because that's not going to help things get better. We've talked about the financial impact of this kind of an ordinance and what it would mean to the individual. Yes, the short-term benefit would be increased financial benefit to the municipal budget, and things would look better. But I think we've talked enough already tonight about the long-term impact. We're going to see small businesses go out of business because people who make less money spend less money. Therefore, there's going to be secondary and tertiary impacts from this, and those are intangible. Who is it going to be, and when will it happen? I saw it happen with the oil companies. They lay off people, and it goes right on down through the contractors, through the community, through the schools. We're exposing ourselves to that kind of impact. The other concern that I have is about the proposed amendment and how it came about. I learned secondhand that the mayor was approached by labor leaders and asked specific questions about the language in the document. He was unable to answer those questions because he didn't have answers, and he declined to answer those questions. For me, with my experience in the oil industry, that raised red flags. He may be the sponsor, but evidently is not the author of the document. That concerns me. So what was the agenda, or what did he mandate to somebody to write this document? My time is up. Who paid for it, and what was the demand? Then finally, I'm a veteran, I'm a patriot, I'm a taxpayer, and I vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, William. Just a moment. Yeah. Mr. Honeman.
Well, first of all, thank you for your perspective, and apparently you've worked at a couple of big oil companies as well?
Yes.
And have you seen the contracting or managed competition, that sort of thing, in the company, in the industries from there? I guess most of your work is contracted out if it's not done in-house.
I was a direct employee, but yes, the oil companies do contract out their labor because it's feast or famine, and when they need you now, and they pay lots of money. When they don't need you, they want you to go away, and that's an environment that exists out of necessity. It's not meant to be unfair or anything, but the people going into it understand it, and the contractors and whatnot. And then the people who are employees, of course, don't have those same problems unless they're resizing the company or something.
Do you think that would work well in an environment where we're looking for consistent municipal services year-round?
Well, I think it's been discussed already this evening is how do you get the level of service that is required for some of these safety-sensitive areas, especially fire and law enforcement. I don't think you can contract that kind of stuff out.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William. Good evening.
Good evening.
You can put, thanks, Jillian. Just put.
Make sure people hear me, huh? Better than last time.
That's important.
My name is Robert Cortez, and I'm just speaking here for myself. I've never been a union member, never had a city job. I feel like the mayor's proposal is just blatant union busting. That's what's at the bottom of this. Nothing more, nothing less. If he was really interested in getting uniformity and standardization across the board, why didn't he talk to any of the city managers, none of the union members, none of the union leaders? He just came up with this all by himself, and seems like he's trying to cram it through before the next election, cram it through before the negotiations for the unions. That's wrong. That's just fundamentally wrong. Everything that you guys do reflects on the rest of Anchorage citizens. The way we treat our workers says a lot about the people that we are. And what you're trying to do here with AO 37 is detrimental to the well-being of the entire community. And I understand that there's budget restrictions and all that, but I'll tell you what, I've known a lot of union members over the years, and they understand they have to work within a budget. And they understand that it's a two-way street. It seems to me that as assembly members, as an administration, you've forgotten that. These are all people that work in our communities. They're our neighbors. Their kids go to our schools. They volunteer at different organizations. We should be very proud of those. Excuse me, I'm going to pull a Republican trick here. We should be very proud of our municipal employees and treat them like they should be treated. And trying to get rid of their right to organize, to strike if they need to, if it comes down to that. But like some others have said, there hasn't been a strike in 20 years. Why do you have to take that right away from them? I think that the mayor is doing this to set them up because he wants to lowball the unions, and he knows that if he gets this through and they can't strike, then they're kind of stuck. They're going to take it or leave it. I know I'm just about out of time, so I want to make this last point. One of the things that is behind this is I think that there's a perception that government employees are paid too much, compensated too much in comparison to the private sector. I think the problem is that the private sector aren't compensated enough. And by bringing down the cost for union labor, what that does is lower the cost for the private sector as well. And this is a concerted effort by conservatives, I think, to do that. Thank you. I appreciate the time. Thank you, all you union members and city workers. You're all appreciated.
Thank you, Arthur. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Cindy Lagasse, and I work for People Mover. What I think is wrong is I worked with 905 through Laylaw, first student voted out the union, and then you saw chaos go. And that's why I went back to People Mover, because they had the same union, and they work with the people in the contract so that it keeps all the honest people honest. And that's what we need, is something stable to make sure everybody does everything right and be fair with everybody. And I don't think I get overpaid, so I deal with a lot of abuse from the customers or just regular people that's driving by. And we do our job very well. And one day I hope that if we can keep the unions going, my son and my granddaughter can have an awesome job too. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Oh, I think you need to bring it back up.
Excuse me?
I think you need to lift it back up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Virgin. That's V as in Victor, I-R-G-I-N. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I would also like to thank those of you who refrained from excessive cell phone usage during our last meeting and this one. In August of 2011, I made the transition from the private sector to the municipality of Anchorage. Upon hiring, I took a $9 per hour cut in pay and began working only 40 hours per week consistently. This subsequently resulted in a reduction of my gross income by $30,000 a year on average. Financially, my move made no sense. On March 11, 2009, my daughter Aubrey was born. I wasn't able to hold my daughter on her birthday. Words cannot describe the emotional toll this took on not only me, but my wife as well. She was alone for most of her pregnancy, as I worked in remote locations of the North Slope. The nature of my job required me to take work as it came, rather than picking and choosing to accommodate my personal life. When I got the opportunity in 2011 to work for the municipality, I jumped at the chance. I restructured my entire life to be able to take that big of a cut in pay. It was something I can tell you I would do again in a heartbeat. In December of 2011, Aubrey was diagnosed with Kawasaki disease. Kawasaki disease is a serious illness characterized by inflammation of blood vessels throughout the body that primarily affects young children and infants. It is also the leading cause of acquired heart disease in children. We spent most of that month in Providence Hospital Children's Ward. With my new job at the municipality of Anchorage, I was able to be with my daughter every day after work and all weekend long. The pain that sweet little girl endured was crushing to see. I cannot imagine what it would have been like to be gone while she was in the hospital. Every day, I am grateful for this job and the life it has afforded me. With my backstory, it is easy to see why it aggravates me to the core as I continually hear misinformation surrounding municipal employees. Throughout my career, I have been told that employees are a company's greatest asset. This current attack on employees that make up the municipality of Anchorage does not reflect that. We are not overpaid prima donnas. In fact, when compared to an operator outside the municipality, we are paid less per hour, even with a 13% PSP increase. Conversations I have had with local business managers also support my beliefs. If you are a business manager or owner with an employee that shows up on time, day in and day out without accident or injury, and always answers that call in the middle of the night to come in for work, they will be rewarded for their efforts. If not, they will move on from your company to another that appreciates that kind of commitment. PSP is not something easily handed out like it's being portrayed. I would challenge any one of you to step into our office behind the controls of a road grader or plow. To operate within an open public environment without fault is not merely just showing up and getting a pay increase for no good reason. It takes years of training and experience to accomplish that. In closing, I would like to point out that every single item in this document, which isn't even current, could have been dealt with in less than a month during our contract negotiations. We could have avoided all of this, including the $28,000 spent on advertising and countless hours of our time, by dealing with this in a professional manner rather than a last-minute cheap shot. We are all better than this, and we have much more pertinent things to be discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm James Dockin with Anchorage Police Department. My last name is spelled D-O-K-K-E-N, and I am opposed to AO 37. I came to Anchorage as an infantryman in the Army in 2003. My plan was to get some experience, in the Army and then become a peace officer in my home state of Washington. However, after spending several years in this community and coming to know it better, I decided to apply for the Anchorage Police Department and was fortunate enough to make it through the application process. I was assured through my time with the department that the employees had a steadfast belief that serving the community compassionately was the best possible way to run a police department. The moral character and grueling work pace set by my new peers intimidated me because I became worried I couldn't be able to match the vigor in their service. I began to experience how selfless attitudes they had lifted me and kept me on the path of compassion. I also began to realize that it wasn't just the peace officers in this city who had this same attitude. My daily contact with firefighters, EMS, and other servants, not even some employed by this city, revealed a mirror image of my department's goal to make this city the best place in the country to live and work. I wear this pin on my lapel to signify the pride I am filled with to serve the people of this great city for 5 years. I am filled with sadness and frustration at the proposed law changes, which will force my family and me to leave public service in this city. If I were to weather the pay and benefit cuts that my union representatives have advised me that this ordinance would impose on my family, I would not be able to maintain my current living arrangements. Also, as I have read myself, it would not stop there. Not only would I lose the pay and benefits I've earned so far, there would be no chance to recoup those pay raises and those benefits no matter how long I serve here. I believe that members of this administration and this assembly are smart and educated people. I believe that you know the ramifications these changes will have on our city's quality of life, and if you don't, you know which people do know. So I think maybe the reason you would consider these drastic changes is because you haven't had the unfortunate pleasure of experiencing the emergency services this city has to offer. Maybe you haven't experienced the compassion these people show above and beyond the tasks they are given of keeping you safe, treating your wounds, and saving your home. But then I remember all the services this city provides so well, other than that. Power outages are few and well contained, even the harshest of storms. Last year, our employees removed enough snow from Anchorage roads to fill 5 acres of property several hundred feet high in an all-time record snowfall. I'm in this city every week. I see the work your employees provide, and I'm constantly amazed at the level of service they don't have to give, but do. You will lose these people if you pass this ordinance. Before I was hired, the state of Alaska, and consequently Anchorage, stopped providing public servants with a pension or defined benefit plan. When I realized what this meant for my financial security, I promised to leave the city with my 401k plan when I became fully invested at 5 years. But as years went by, I found myself and my family more and more settled in the city, and I decided to try and make a good effort of it, and then I might be able to make it work with pay and benefits I've been given by the city. These law changes take the only pillar I have left to use to support my family while I work in public service. If these changes are passed, I will take what little I have saved in my 401k, my training, my experience, and my skills to another state. If you wish to make changes in labor practices, I am not wholly opposed to it. Excuse me. I request that you reject this ordinance, at least on its vague literature, and that at least in an effort to work with the people who take care of your constituents for you and do such a wonderful job of it, and work towards a more acceptable and reasonable change. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Hi. Assembly members, Mayor Sullivan, and Madam Clerk. My name is Mike Hodgson. I'm the business manager for the IVW, Local 1547 in the state of Alaska, representing about 350 employees that work for the municipality and for MLMP downtown. As I read Ordinance 37, I was taken back by its powerful, overreaching enormity. This incredible amount of radical change to the MOA's approach to labor relations, the key being relations. A list of everything that could be thought of that are distasteful and that must be changed. Well, I submit that most of those things are there for very good reasons. Someone who comes along behind later may not know any of those reasons, why it was important, or what was gained in exchange for those commitments. To accomplish these changes, the mayor has chosen to use the authority of the Anchorage Assembly to vote it into law. And so it is before you. The changes are difficult to understand what they are trying to accomplish and what impact or complications will result if it's passed. The Assembly has been trying to find those answers and has found more questions and concerns, which it appears will result in additional amendments to the ordinance. I've asked myself, why use this method to accomplish change rather than the give and take process of collective bargaining that has been a lawful process that has proven to work for decades? The beauty of the give and take bargaining process is that each departmental concern is evaluated with careful consideration before coming to a collective agreement on each individual topic. And that at the end of the day, a positive relationship, though strained, still exists. I have concerns that those relationships will be severely damaged if this passes and may take years to restore. This approach covers all departments with one umbrella and cannot be altered, even if both parties want to. The ordinance demonstrates a desire to use the most extreme use of force to accomplish what the administration wants. In all my years of training and experience involving collective bargaining and conflict resolution, it has been preached to both sides that you should be very careful about the use of the tools of force, because rarely do they render a positive solution. When either side chooses to swing the pendulum hard in one direction, the result generally is that it swings hard back the other direction. And where does that stop? The pendulum should be swinging moderately back and forth. In those parameters is where very good things can be accomplished. We've heard a lot of testimony from the people and families who care very much about the services they provide and in doing a day's work for a day's pay. There are hardworking people who don't deserve to be punished because of the bitterness for unions and agreements that have been bargained for in good faith. Yes, good faith. If this ordinance is successful, it will strongly diminish and erode the trust and good faith that is the foundation of any give and take process. The testimony has been overwhelming in opposition to the ordinance, and the Assembly has the opportunity to keep things on track. Make the administration make his demands at the bargaining table instead of using legislation to do it. If passed, we can only wonder what will come next. The mayor has said that this will only streamline the collective bargaining process. Well, I believe that if this legislative approach is encouraged, there will be more similar ordinances that could intend to remove the process completely. I'm asking you to do the right thing and vote no on Ordinance 37, rather than pass it in and try to amend it. Put us back on track and keep the extremism in check. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. My name is Jade Baker, and I work for the Anchorage Police Department as a detective for the Special Victims Unit. I grew up in Eagle River from age 4 on. Played football for Chugiak. I'm a veteran. I have a bachelor's degree. Husband, father. I've been married, well, that's anyway, for 11 years. I've also been an officer for 11 years. I'm also a second-generation employee of the Anchorage Police Department. My father, Greg Baker, was a homicide detective back in the 80s and 90s, part of a nationally recognized group of investigators. I enlisted at age 17, did 10 years in the Army Reserve, hired onto the APD at age 26 with the goal of first being a good cop and then next being the best investigator that I could be. About a year into my time as a detective, I got on with the major crime scene investigation team. I spent about a third of the year on call. That's not compensated call. That's part of the deal. I get called, I go in no matter what. In the private sector, OR nurses and stuff, they're paid to carry a pager. We feel that being on this team is an honor, and we make ourselves available for it. We get called, that means we spend, 6 to 26 hours in a crack house or a homeless camp or an old trailer, searching, collecting, and photographing evidence. I've worked scenes so nasty that I was actually glad the place was full of dog crap because it covered up the odor of the decomp. But I tell you what, I'd spend 40 hours working in a scene like that as opposed to standing by for a child's autopsy, which is another responsibility of that task, or of my position. My primary job is that of a Special Victims Unit detective. We're called out a lot. We're shorthanded. Call-outs are different. It's not as much the bodies and the bullets and the elements as much as it is emotional carnage. These investigations require patience, interview skills, strategy, forensic experience, and a lot of training. I've attended the National Forensic Academy down in Tennessee. It was taught by Dr. Bass. I've exhumed corpses. I've done entomology studies. I've received a lot of training over the years. But I tell you what, when all that training and the practice and everything comes together, I get to put a rapist in jail, and I tell you, nothing comes close to that. I've made Anchorage safer for my kids and yours, and sometimes I leave that office just walking on the clouds. This is a wonderful, wonderful department to be part of. It's been part of my family for 35 years. I think my main problem with the mayor's proposal is definitely the binding arbitration. What's wrong with having a neutral party decide what's fair? I think neutrality is a good thing. There's a misguided, misaligned body amongst you that wants to diminish our benefits, silence our voice, and trivialize the value of the work that we do, all of us. My brothers and sisters risk a lot for your safety. I mean, there have been times when I knew that I had no control over my life or death outcome. It was in God's hands, and all that I could do was lean into it and know that if my time was up, that I'd die doing something that mattered. I worked Officer Allen's crime scene. It was only by the grace of God that he's not a face on a plaque on our wall of honor. Plaques are nice. I have a Medal of Valor on the wall. It's nice to look at, but I tell you, I'd rather have binding arbitration. What I'm saying is we're always here for you guys when you need us. Please be here for us now.
Thank you. Just a moment, James.
Real quick, Jade, if I'm not mistaken, your dad was also part of the Robert Hansen investigation, the Butcher Baker, is that right?
Yeah, he's going to be in the movie.
Thanks for your service and thanks for your time.
Thanks, James. Good evening.
My name's Kenny Loescher, Loescher. I'd like to change this up just a little bit. I'm not a municipal employee, never have been, but I stand here as a success story of organized labor. I was born in Anchorage, 1955 model, back when we were still a territory. I've traveled around a lot. People say, well, you live your whole life in Alaska? I said, well, not yet. I live on the west side of town. A couple of you represent me. Interesting concept. I've lived in the same house for 32 years. Not too many people do that anymore. I say lived in my house because I was able to earn a living wage as a member of the Operating Engineers Union Local 302. My wife and I raised 3 children who are protected members in our community. I'm now a 40-year member of Operating Engineers Local 302 and was able to retire and become a pensioner after 34 years and 60,000 hours in the seat of building Alaska. I have integrity, as do most people in this room. You want things done effectively and efficiently? Ask the people that do the job. I was fortunate to have done what I did, where I did, when I did, with the ways Wages were negotiated. It all worked pretty good, has been for some time. I say fortunate and not lucky because I earned my way through long hours at remote locations across the state. It's not easy to maintain a family working halfway across Alaska in 60 to 100 hours a week. Thank you, Ted Stevens, for getting us the money to build this great state. I'm currently an instructor for the Operating Engineers Apprenticeship Program. The opportunity to pass on some of the wisdom I have accrued during my career is pretty good thing. I think it's exciting to have helped build the past and now have a hand in building the future. I said building the future, not demolishing it. This resolution does not have the best interest of our community's future at heart. I urge you to vote this measure down.
Thank you, Kenny.
Hello, my name is.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Dante Kelly. I've been in Alaska for about 50 years. I'm a lineman, and I'm going to turn the heat up in here right now. I need to remind you guys, the people assembled up front, we hired you, and we can fire you. You work for us. It's a privilege to serve the community. You're not up there with divine rights of kings and queens. And I'm just going to kind of turn it around. A lot of people have come and said that if this passes, they're going to leave, but I'm like Rosa Parks. I'm not moving. You can lower my wages by 50%, and what I'll do if this passes is I'll do everything in my power to campaign against those who passed it and those who authored it, and I'll donate money and time, and I'll make sure that I do everything I can do to make sure that you are not reelected. That means fired. And people have got to wield the power of the people, not surrender it. People are coming up saying, if this happens, I'm going to have to leave. You don't have to leave. You have to fight. Back in the 60s, if people didn't band together, unions and minorities, we'd be living in a different country. So now is the time to fight for our rights, not surrender our rights. And I think one thing that we need to do is our mayor has a watering hole, and it's a great place. I've been there, but we need to boycott it. If we get our pay cut by 40%, his pay needs to be cut by 40%. If you have friends and neighbors and fathers and daughters that go to that place, don't go there. Let his pocketbook be affected the way that our pocketbook is going to be affected. And remember, I'm saying this with all due respect. You guys work for us. We don't work for you. You serve at our leisure. We are not servants of you. It is a privilege to serve the public. And when you take this job, you're supposed to leave it in better condition than when you found it. Part of the reason why Dan Sullivan got elected is because of the legacy that his father left. Part of the reason he was able to become... Part of the reason he was able
Ladies
to
and gentlemen, if the applause doesn't stop, I just calm it down.
Part of the reason he was able to become a Teamster is because of the relationship that his father had with labor unions. I am a 30-year member of a union, but I am an Alaskan. I'm a man. I'm a worker. Please don't diminish what we have done, Alaskans, in building this state, in building this city. We're not your enemy. We're your employers. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Frisley, F-R-Y-S-L-I-E. I'm currently a police officer with APD. I've had a little bit of experience in law enforcement. I've been a sworn law enforcement officer for more than 35 years. I'm a retired FBI agent. I've worked lots of places throughout the country. As a citizen of Anchorage, I've been very impressed with the way the municipality operates. I think we get good value for our property taxes and things like that. With regard to the police department, I think they're very, very professional. I've worked in other parts of the country, and you can't say that about every law enforcement agency that that you see. This department evolves, it makes changes, it adapts, it takes discipline against people who are not doing the right thing, and overall it's a very, very good department. The integrity of the department is outstanding. You know, the old saying about integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is looking. And the department, everything that I've seen in the past almost year and a half, I've been just very, very impressed. I am one of the new officers that was recently hired, not a young officer, but a new officer, and I've been very, very impressed with the department. Concerning this proposed ordinance, we all know that when we, try to come to a decision, especially an important decision, that it's critical to get buy-in from people. I think all of us agree that if you can get buy-in, people will basically go forward and do the best that they can. We all want to have a good municipality. The mayor, the assembly members, I'm sure all of you are doing, however you vote, you're doing it for what you believe is the right reason. This particular proposed ordinance, it's coming very, very quickly. And just, I don't know all the aspects of every provision of the ordinance. But I think you would be more successful and get better buy-in from the employees if there was more time to where it could be more thoroughly discussed and to get good buy-in. Some of the things are probably very, very good. But if you rush to judgment, rush to make a decision on this, you just don't know what the unintended consequences are going to be later on. And that's the biggest thing. To have something this important come in and, be voted on so quickly without having good buy-in, good discussions, things like that, it's going to be very, very difficult to get that buy-in from people. That is critical. We've all either run businesses or worked in large organizations, and you know what it's like when you have a cooperative employees working with you on something versus trying to just force feed people with things. You're just not going to get the outcomes that you initially hoped for. And I think by taking more time and basically working with the various employee groups to get that type of buy-in. If there's compelling need for it, fine, it can be imposed. You can provide the justification to an arbitrator or convince the other parties that this is why this needs to be done. But this just seems to be very, very rushed, and I'm just concerned that it's going to have an adverse impact and it's going to create the trust that the citizens have with the municipality and with the employees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Just a moment. Mr. Harneman.
Mr. Freisel, would you mind sharing your last position at the FBI? What position did you hold?
I was the agent in charge for FBI operations in Alaska.
Does any of the employees there, were they represented by unions or anything?
None. In fact, the FBI is what's in the accepted service. We have absolutely no rights. The only FBI employees that would have any type of rights were military veterans, and that was only if they were going to be disciplined for 14 days or more.
So you've essentially worked in both camps, both the represented and the non-represented?
Correct.
And you don't have a problem or an issue doing either?
No, because even within the FBI, if there was going to be a major policy decision made, they went through various internal employee groups. They weren't unions, they weren't associations, federal employees, at least within the FBI. We had no bargaining rights. But at least you would talk to them and find out what their thoughts were, and basically through time you would get that buy-in and then proceed. If there was a critical incident, a 9/11 or something like this, you could make those type of decisions. You'd make them and you'd go with it. But something like this, where it's a planned thing, you try to take as much time as you need because you want to make sure you get the right decision.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan, staff. My name is Clinton Powell, P-O-W-E-L-L. I'm an 18-year veteran of the Anchorage Fire Department at the rank of senior captain. I'd like to speak to a couple of specific issues tonight regarding the ordinance. One of them being the removal of all incentive pay as just sort of a broad stroke. At Fire Station 12, I manage the HASTE duty team, HASTE standing for hose and small tools and equipment. So it kind of means all the fun stuff on the fire truck that we pull off and do fun things with at our job. We research, purchase, store, disseminate, repair, and in some cases annually maintain all of this equipment. There are about 15 people at that station who receive this incentive, and it's a small incentive out of the 30 people that work there, approximately. I have some numbers of the amount of money this actually saves the city. There are about 40 chain and circular saws that we annually maintain there. If we sent that out to a local shop, it would cost around $10,000 every year to maintain those saws. Same thing with gas fans. We also track and annually condition NiCad batteries for our power tools, cordless power tools, I'm sorry. As you know, probably in your own garage, when your cordless drill stops working, you got to go buy a new drill, or usually a new drill because a battery is more expensive than the new drill. We are going to condition those batteries, keep them in service for as long as possible at savings to the city. And then hose repair. Of course, hose is how we get the water from where it is to where we want it to be, which is on the fire. We bring in about 190 pieces, well, last year, 190 pieces of damaged hose to Fire Station 12, of which all the people on the team annually certify and had to repair. We repaired about 115 of those sections of hose, sent them back into circulation to be used. If you take a median price for a new section of fire hose from 5-inch to 1 3/4, which are the two sizes that we use at the top and the low end, they can be about $500 a piece. Us repairing and sending that hose back into service saves the city over $57,000 every year. Now, this is just the surface of what we do over there that we save the city, in addition to things you can't put a number to, which is safety benefits, familiarization benefits. And I tried to find a number for how much this incentive cost us. Unfortunately, we only have one payroll employee on the books at this time because of budget cuts and unnecessary layoffs. It's not making it more efficient. We can't even get answers to some of these questions that we need. But what I looked at was approximately $12,000 to $15,000 for this one incentive. We're saving the city, as you can, if anyone is keeping up with their calculator, a considerable amount of money. So I would urge you to, when you're looking at this ordinance, get rid of the broad stroke of just all incentives, no matter what they are, because you might be throwing away money when your goal is to save money. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Clinton. Yes, Ms. Johnston.
So this incentive pay as far as fixing the hose?
Yes, ma'am.
And you get certified for that?
Correct.
And when you do you do it when you're in the station on the downtime, or is it something you set aside time for it and do it at a regular period of time?
We try and set aside on a regular period of time, but in the fire department there really is no regular period of time. So
right.
it is in between our call-outs for emergency calls, our training for operational readiness, and our daily chores at the station, daily duties.
So is it similar to folks that like do the air packs?
Very similar.
And for sewing the...
That's correct. And those are considered special duties versus special teams, which are going to be operational and response ready, such as the swift water or hazmat.
And my question, because I've spent time looking into enhanced pay and into incentive pays and actually discussing it with the unions. So how much of that do you feel is is part of your job as a fireman, and how much do you feel is it something that would you do it if you didn't have incentive pay?
Well, I think better.
I mean, I understand the saving some money. That makes sense. I'm just trying to find, because I know that there's many different types of enhancements. You know, you have the water rescue. You have so I'm just trying to get a handle on what is part of just the basic.
Well, the way I look at it is actually as more of an internal managed competition. So administration wants to promote certain activities, certain certifications, and certain benefits to the fire department, and they are going to provide a certain incentive to people to do that. It works very well, and it's a good idea.
So it wouldn't be something you would do as a fireman otherwise?
Not necessarily, especially considering that you cannot do all of these different duties and incentives.
No, but I mean, you know, if you have a station that one station does air packs, one station does hose repair, one station does uniform, it wouldn't be something you would do as your job in your station.
No, ma'am. I wonder what kind of job you're going to get from somebody without some kind of incentive to give to them to get to do this job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Clinton.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Josh Horner, Horner. I'm 31 years old, and I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I'm a heavy equipment operator for Municipality of Anchorage Street Maintenance and a proud member of the Local 302. I've worked for Municipality of Anchorage for 9 years this May. I've been around heavy equipment since I was a little kid. I have my dad to thank for pushing me to get a good job like this one. He is a retired Tier 1 employee, and because of his benefit package, he's able to be with us today. He has the worst kind of cancer you could imagine. As for me, I'm thankful to have a job like this one. So I'm able to take the leave and know the schedule because of seniority and the benefits I receive. I have worked very hard to get where I'm at today. I enjoy my job and the people I work with. One of the best things about my job is having people stop and tell you what kind of great job we do by keeping the roads clean and safe. We have an outstanding group of men and women in our department that will come in on short notice, work long hours, and on their days off, all to make sure that Anchorage is safe when there is flooding, freezing rain, snow, trees falling down, potholes, and so on and so forth. At a job like this one, it takes a lot of training, skill, and safety awareness to make sure that you and your coworkers make it home safe. I would encourage you to vote no on 37, as it will affect my livelihood and others greatly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Deanna Peltier, Peltier. I've worked for the Municipality of Anchorage for almost 16 years, all within the finance department. I don't save lives like many of these people do. My father did, though. He's a veteran of the Anchorage Police Department, and he has had multiple heart attacks, which these people have saved him. I love and I take pride in my job. I love the people I work with every day. I have lived in Anchorage all my life, graduating from Diamond High School. I have raised my children, and still live in the Sand Lake, Jewel Lake area. I have lived through managed competition or outsourcing of city services. Weatherization, daycare assistance are no longer handled within the Municipality of Anchorage. Many employees have lost their jobs as a result. Photo radar, what a fiasco that was. It has not always been about the lowest bidder. It is about who is most qualified for the job. That is someone who can complete the task in a timely and efficient manner. Your current municipal employees. Ordinance AO37 has been sprung onto the citizens of Anchorage with no thought of any consequences. Contract negotiations should remain between the administration and the employees, not put in an ordinance with no say from all parties involved. It is a sneaky and uncalled for tactic. The Assembly has the final say now, as it stands, not just because of this ordinance. AMEA has not gone on strike since the 1970s. It is not a right that any one of us wants to exercise, but a right is just that, a right. This proposed ordinance is taking away any rights, choices, thoughts, needs, and wants from the very people you rely on every day. It targets the fundamentals of unions themselves, the same fundamentals that people died for. The workers that stand before you give 100% and more every day to make Anchorage the best place to live. The reason why I have raised my children here. The thousands of city employees this ordinance adversely affects are all consumers in the Anchorage area. They're all voters in the Anchorage area. And the impact of AO 37 will have a direct effect on the local economy. Above all else, I am a mother, a wife, a taxpayer, a voter, a homeowner. I am offended that the mayor would take my hard-earned money for an ad to support his ordinance that negatively affects me, my family, and my community. I believe that if the Assembly wants to do a positive change, it should look into the pay for the executives, the frivolous spending on multi-million-dollar packages, Kronos, SAP, conferences, luncheons, party planners, and the hiring of old friends of the administration. I thank you, members of the Assembly, for letting hundreds of your community to come and speak. At times during this public testimony, you may have felt belittled, unsupported, attacked, sad, and even angry. These are feelings that many of these municipal employees feel every day under this administration. There are so many unanswered questions regarding this proposed ordinance. I urge you, please, throw this away, table it. Do not accept a hastily and poorly written document that will surely not be in the best interests of the citizens of Anchorage. They deserve better. We all deserve better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Mike Wright, proud member of the operating engineers, and I like my job. I respect the people that I work with, and I think I'd like to begin with, I went 10 years working out of the hall. The economy went out in '88. I lost my A card, and that's how I ended up with the municipality of Anchorage. When I came on, I realized what I was getting into. It wasn't top of the line, but it was still union. Tom Fink came aboard. He basically gutted the contracts, but at least he played the game. He implemented on us. We didn't strike. We lived with it. But at least the man played the game. We went 10 years with distrust between the employees and the administrations, even the ones that came on that gave us baby steps and helped us. There was still distrust. And it's not fair to the citizens or the workforce. As time went on, the JCC broke up, and I think it was a better thing because there was different entities who had different aspects of getting what they needed in their contracts, and I think that's still true today. But these people are still my brothers and sisters. So with that being said, my union hall has worked hand in hand with this municipality and the administrations with bringing on a lot of talent. We've got our own school with an indoor arena, trained all year round. They've had on-site instructors come out for us. It's worked well. With that being said, I've been a union steward for 10 years, and I've had this talented workforce coming on board, and I'm trying to talk them into staying with us. And within the last 5 years, the dynamics have changed a lot. These kids that are coming on board are smart, educated, hardworking, and they're connected. They're not going to stick around if they know they can go right back in. These kids have been working out there, and they know They've got people that they can call, and they can get a dispatch. We don't want to lose them. So with that being said, I guess I'll wrap it up. I appreciate everybody's time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening.
Mr.
Sorry, I
Hall,
was a little armed.
Mr. Hall, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ken Evans. I've been an Anchorage police officer for over 30 years. Over the years, I've worked in the traffic division, SWAT division, worked a firearms instructor for many years, field training officer, and emergency vehicle operator, as far as driving instructor. I'm currently assigned to the training division. I teach all the new recruits how to become a police officers and keeping experienced officers more informed as far as up-to-date training as much as we can give. I've seen a lot in my 30 years here that was very personal to me, but I'd never give up because working as an Anchorage police officer was the right thing to do. I remember responding to a head-on collision at 3rd and C Street back in the early 80s where a Cadillac drove head-on into a small Subaru. The driver of the small Subaru was a female who was pregnant. In that car crash, in that hard head-on collision, she lost that baby. At that same time, my wife was pregnant with my first child. So it's very personal to me. But I didn't give up because I work as an Anchorage police officer, and that was the right thing to do. I remember we responded to 13th and Cordova for a baby not breathing. During that time period, I did CPR on that child until AFD responded. That baby was brought back to life on that evening. It was personal to me. Again, my wife was pregnant with my second child at that time. We saved that baby. It was personal to me. But I never gave up because I was an Anchorage police officer, and that was the right thing to do. I remember responding to a vehicle accident on Spenard Road near Forest Drive. There was a small child, about 8 years old, begged his dad to ride his bike home from the Boys and Girls Club, which is just around the corner in the pouring rain. His dad said, "Sure, go ahead." That child was run over by a truck. That child died on that Spenard Road, that section of Spenard Road. It was personal to me. My child was 8 years old, about the same age. But I didn't give up because I was an Anchorage police officer, and that was the right thing to do. The last 30 years, I've come to work with positive attitude because becoming an Anchorage police officer was the right thing for me to do. I'll show up to work tomorrow with a positive attitude, and I'll have a positive attitude in the last day that I work at APD. APD is an outstanding place to work and is one of the top departments in the country as far as professionalism is concerned. We try our hardest to hire nothing but the best and provide those new hires with the best and most advanced training in the country. If AO 37 passes as it stands, there is zero incentive for a person to apply for the Anchorage Police Department. The citizens of Anchorage expect and deserve better. Mr. Sullivan and some members of this assembly, it is very apparent that you are taking this personal instead of what's best for our great community of Anchorage. Anchorage is not in a financial crisis and hasn't been since you've been in office. The market crash in 2008 did hurt not only Anchorage, but every city across America. You have created this false sense of financial crisis and then blamed everyone else other than you. You created it, now you're going to destroy this city because of your personal hatred towards unions. It's not the unions that are going to destroy this city, it's you. These long-term city workers are what made this city what it is today, a great place to live and to raise one's family. What AO 37 is doing to me is personal, to me and the citizens of Anchorage, and we deserve better. What this ordinance will do is will handcuff my chief and not allow him to run a properly run department. You're going to destroy this great organization of the Anchorage Police Department.
Ken, I need you to conclude.
The citizens of Anchorage expect and deserve better. I was an Anchorage police officer for many years because it was the right thing to do. It's time for you to do the right thing. Vote no on 37.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what you do with that applause is Mr. Honeman had a question, but we've lost the individual, so we'll continue.
He's back. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you probably over years due. When I was a community service officer many years ago, I remember you coming to my help, saving my bacon from a couple of guys that were trying to take some items that didn't belong to them, and it was very personal, and you saved my bacon. It was the right thing to do, and I stuck around, not as long as you, but thank you for your service.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Hall, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jeff Warner. I have worked for ML&P for over 27 years. I currently work in the Power Management Division as Acting Chief Power Dispatcher. I oppose AO 37. ML&P is a vertically integrated utility providing our customers with the lowest rates in the state. The relationship between ML&P management and the folks that perform the work is conducive with providing our customers with the highest reliability percentage, 99.99, of any utility in the state, in fact, possibly the country. Make no mistake, AO 37 will jeopardize the reliability our customers currently enjoy. We provide the MOA multi-million-dollar dividends each year. This, in large part, is due to the dedication and hard work of your well-trained, experienced IBEW represented workforce. My wages and benefits do not cost the taxpayers of Anchorage a penny. My pay is provided by the ratepayers of ML&P. I'm going to skip that part. The company makes enough money to pay all of its employees and all of its expenses and still puts millions of dollars back into the city budget. In the distant past, ML&P has lost represented employees to other utilities in the state due to non-competitive pay and benefit incentives, effectively creating a condition where ML&P invests time and money in individuals only to see them take a position at another utility. The current pay and benefit package for represented employees in place at ML&P are competitive with other electric utilities, which has eliminated the training ground effect as designed. ML&P utilizes multi-million-dollar pieces of equipment. The equipment needs highly skilled people monitoring and maintaining it. There are many highly skilled veterans that keep ML&P functioning at a high level. Many of these people are nearing retirement age and may leave sooner than planned if the city takes advantage of their many years of service. I have been approached by other utilities with job offers, but for personal reasons I have chosen to stay at ML&P. If you knew me, you'd find out that I resist change. I've been married almost 27 years to the same person. I have lived in the same house since 1990 and have had a dog named Nikki since 1979. Currently on Nikki 3. Approving this ordinance will remove the administration's ability to negotiate market conditions, and this is important. No one can say what the future will bring. Imagine for a minute the market changes beyond the limits set forth in AO 37. The administration will not have the options available to them to meet the market changes. And I'm sorry to do this, but I feel like I should. Assemblywoman Cheryl Frasca made a public comment on talk radio stating, if the rules put in place under AO 37 create problems, we'll simply change the rules. I think that's irresponsible. I'll skip that part too. I do not believe the administration's easy button approach in dealing with the unique needs of the different work groups AO 37 will affect is in the best interest of the city, which, by the way, I am a part. Have you taken the time and are you qualified to identify the effects AO 37 will have on ML&P? When the lights go out in Anchorage, in ML&P service area, who do you call? What do you expect to hear when you call? What do you think is fair compensation for an individual to get out of bed at 3 a.m. to crawl around a hot turbine generator that just tripped, or climb a 50-foot power pole at 20 below to replace a blown fuse, or open a field disconnect to de-energize a transformer that has a vehicle sitting on top of it with the occupant still inside? These things are not an exception in our world. Do you think workers will make themselves available to respond to emergencies for no pay because the emergency happened prior to them working 40 hours? Will they respond for time and a half? Please, do not take my comments as a threat. I'm simply identifying valid concerns. Feel free to contact me at any time, or better yet, you can give me your number and I will call you when the next emergency happens and you can take part. Keep your phone close to your bed. Emergencies are not stymied by AO 37. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dorian Anderson, D-O-R-I-A-N. Anderson's common spelling. My father raised me to shut my mouth and keep my eyes and ears open. He said that's how a wise man learns. I've been seeing a lot and hearing a lot lately that confuses me. How can this administration throw something out there on short notice? Why are any of you buying into this? Do you know he's dumping arbitration in your lap? Are any of you qualified arbitrators? That's a position that takes years to learn. You can't just handle it, yes or no. I don't understand this. I've been a plumber for 40 years. I'm the guy in the ditch, normally called a turd herder or ditch ape or whatever you want to call it. I'm not really good at speaking, excuse me, but you know, I started out that way, knew the unions were the big bad in the world. Well, back then I knew I wasn't a union hand. Once I became a union hand 14 years ago, I learned that these guys are a brotherhood. These guys stick together. These guys train each other. I'm getting ready to retire here in November, because I could go another 15 months. But if this goes, I'm gone. We've talked for 10 years about brain drain in the utility. What do you think's going to happen now? You're going to flush the brains in the utility. I don't understand. Any of you understand? Or is this just a game? The union I work for, we're not villainous. We're just working people. We love our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorian. Thank you.
My name is Cody Smith. I'm a member of the Anchorage Firefighters Union. I'd like to first start off by saying that I do not envy any one of your jobs. I have great amounts of respect for each and every one of you, and I'd like to thank you for your time this evening. I have read the entire ordinance proposal, and have taken notes regarding the issues that I see in this ordinance. I have faith in my union officials that they have voiced their concerns with these matters, so tonight I will only speak with one of them to you. Under subsection 3.70.020, Article H, it reads, all extra regular pay based on performance or longevity by whatever name, including but not limited to performance-based incentive pays, performance step programs, and pay increases based on longevity or service recognition shall be eliminated. My fear with this section of the ordinance is that it will turn the Anchorage Fire Department into a training department, where employees come, receive their training and experience, then leave for a department with competitive wages. As you may know, our current retirement system is not a defined benefit, but rather a defined contribution. There would be little, if not anything, keeping employees from taking their money and leaving for a department that offers competitive wages and benefits if this ordinance passes. I have spoken to several individuals who have already started to brush up their resumes in fear that this ordinance may pass. These individuals are not 1- and 2-year employees. Many have been on the department for several years. I fear that if this passes, we will lose valuable employees with their vast experience. Some of you have been quoted as believing that firefighters and police officers can be replaced and that the city does not have an issue with hiring individuals. With all due respect, I could not disagree with you anymore. Citizens do not want a rescuer that has come to this department fresh off the street. They demand one with years of experience, one that brings new things to the table and fully understands the situation that he or she may be in because they have been there before. One that has pursued a college education to better understand the world that he or she lives in. One that has sought a higher level of medical training to serve their citizens. One that is trained for a year to obtain a specialized certification such as urban search and rescue, so that they can save lives. Common management skills tells you to hire the most experienced and highly trained individuals. With this ordinance, we would lose these people from even applying. I have been employed by a training department in a previous job out of state. I can assure you that the level of service provided by this department was far less than the current Anchorage Fire Department. The turnover rate in my previous department was saddening to say the least. The city paid several thousands of dollars to educate and train their employees, only to see them leave the department for a department with competitive wages and pays. I was one of those individuals who did that. I left Colorado for Anchorage because you offered competitive wages and pay. Please don't make me leave again. Thank you for your time and your service to this community.
Thank you, Cody. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Tom Westcott. I'm a captain with the Anchorage Fire Department and currently the president of the Alaska Professional Firefighters. Former president of the local here in Anchorage. Should be no shock that I'm here to encourage you to vote no on this ordinance change. The current ordinance that governs collective bargaining works just fine, and all the reasonable goals that you are trying to achieve can be reached in the current collective bargaining process. There's nothing in the current ordinance that prohibits tough bargaining by management. And if you look back and examine the contracts of the past under the Fink and Maestrom administration, you'll see just that, tough bargaining, 12 years of it. It can be done, but one must engage in the collective bargaining process in order to achieve goals. This ordinance effectively tips the scale heavily in management's favor. Many of you may like that idea, but what does it really mean? It means firefighters can no longer negotiate safety equipment. We take for granted our air packs, our radios, our turnouts. In my short career at the fire department, there was a time we only had one set of turnouts. After a fire, we would wear that for the rest of the shift. Carcinogen-laced gear. Not only bad for us, but bad for the customer that we're walking into their house for a medical call or another type of call. When I first came on, the seasoned veterans would talk about how they fought for air packs. All these things cost money, and rightfully so, you should examine it, but when we're not fighting for it, it's very easy for people dealing with the money to just say, no, not needed. This completely takes it off the table. If it's not written down, don't assume it's going to be delivered. There are many people say, well, we would never do that. We would never do that. Sure, we would, and we have. If it's not written down in a collective bargaining agreement, we shouldn't expect it to be followed. Staffing will no longer be a subject of bargaining. It takes a minimum amount of people to deliver an effective service. It also takes a minimum amount of people to operate safely. We shouldn't get hung up on four-person companies. Only 40% of our apparatus are four-person. The rest carry a minimum load. Staffing makes a difference. There are a lot of jobs that need to be accomplished when we respond to a call. A typical cardiac arrest, CPR is one person. Breathing, 2, 3. Intubation, 4. Defibrillation in the monitors, 5. IV access, 6. Drug administration, administration. Getting the medical history, and then moving this patient seamlessly to an ambulance for transport to the hospital. The ordinance, once again, if it's not written down, don't assume it's going to be followed. To wrap this up, I would say the ordinance is not broken. The administration's failure to participate in the collective bargaining process does not necessitate the need to write an ordinance gutting the collective bargaining process. This assembly should let the administration know its expectations for future contracts, and that also lets the unions know, and then demand they go forward and engage in the process. Have them come back with agreements that are good for the city, citizens, and workers in terms of service and cost.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
Mr. Training? Tom?
Did you finish everything you wanted to say?
Actually, I was going to discuss the medical. The
The ordinance addresses the medical by limiting future raises and including the medical cost in that equation. All of us recognize the outrageous cost of medical insurance, but your solution is to place the future increases all on the employee. My union long ago established a cost containment committee in an effort to work with the city at keeping costs down. For the last 4 years, we've met with ourselves. While we fully recognize we need to change habits and become good consumers and share in the cost, we also need an employer willing to fight for price transparency, set up policies to deal with medical tourism, and address wellness and prevention in a manner that will make a difference in cost. It hasn't happened. And to say it's going to happen in the future, these are the things that can happen in the collective bargaining process. We can sit down and accomplish these things together.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I, too, would like to thank you for your service to the community. You folks have a lot to deal with, a lot of different topics that probably hard to grasp. My name is George Hobson. I've been a lineman for almost 29 years now. First off, I'd like to apologize. It's been a long time since I've done any public speaking. Really don't want to be here, but it's just important to me. I think I need to. I'm going to try to keep it to topics that maybe haven't been covered. One of them seems to be the overtime and leave that's in the ordinance. It kind of leans toward to the Fair Labor Standard Act. Have you studied this act? Earned leave and annual holidays are not used to compute overtime. If I take an earned week leave and you want me to come in on a Saturday and Sunday because it's a major power outage, I work straight time. These are some questions that come directly from this website. What does the Fair Labor Standard Act say about pay raises? Verbatim, it says pay raises are generally a matter of agreement between an employer and the employee's representative. Pay raises to amounts above federal minimum wage are not required by the Federal Labor Standards Act. Another question, what does the FLSA say about working nights and weekends? It says extra pay for working nights or weekends is a matter of agreement between the employer and the employee's representative. What does the FLSA say about changing the work schedules of the employees? Again, it has no provisions regarding the scheduling of employees, with the exception of certain child labor provisions. Therefore, an employer may change an employee's work hours without giving prior notice or obtaining the employee's consent, unless otherwise subject to a prior agreement between the employer and the employee's representative. This comes directly from their website. In other words, I could be a 20-year employee, it's always worked days, and you decide I need to work nights now, and I'm not going to get any compensation for that. Why do you want so much control? I can go on and on about the Fair Labor Standards Act, but the one thing that seems to be common is it's between the employer and the employee's representative. Does this mean we would have to bargain about things like pay raises, working for nights, pay for working on nights or weekends, or changing my schedule from working days to working nights? This ordinance says I will no longer be able to bargain for wages. Yet you want to follow these guidelines. Had a big spiel knocked out about having a hard time finding new hires to come in. A lot of folks have touched on that tonight, cutting benefits and everything else. I served 20 years in the military. It seems to be a lot of what's going on with this ordinance is what the military did to me while I was in. They didn't want me to have a right to say what I felt about my pay, about the work conditions. It was just I was there to do a job, and that's the way it was going to be. That was the military. That's a totally different scope than what the city employees should have to go through. We have a different service to provide, and I see no room for it. And obviously you want me to wrap up a little bit. Had a couple more pages, but a couple little quick notes. It amazes me for the most part. The only assembly members tonight and for the other nights through the briefings that make comments or ask questions to us presenters are those to which who oppose this ordinance or might feel like they are kind of opposing it. For those that are not, or Mr. Hall, do you have any questions for us? Do you know all the answers? Or do you already know how you're going to vote? For those of you that feel like you want to tote the political line, here's a quote from one of the most loved Republicans ever. And even a lot of Democrats like him. In quotations, he says, "Where free unions and collective bargaining are forbidden, freedom is lost." Ronald Reagan. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Doug Potter, P-O-T-T-E-R. I'm a Local 302 operating engineer. I've worked for the municipality of Anchorage in street maintenance for 14 years. I'd like to let you know that collective bargaining is working. I was a member of the negotiating team that negotiated the last contract we are currently working under. It was an interest-based bargaining focusing on goals and concerns common to both labor and management. The ensuing discussions resolved around ways to reach not only an acceptable agreement, but also beneficial for both labor and management. We did not get everything our membership wanted, but understood the constraints the municipality was under to get what the administration wanted. Our members have saved and continue to save the taxpayers of Anchorage a considerable amount of money by using our union-based healthcare trust. Local 302 Trust Fund rate is the least expensive within the municipality. We opted out of the PERS retirement system and into our own pension plan, saving the municipality even more money. The Performance Step Plan has helped reduce our department's workmen's compensation claims considerably. Unmanaged competition, another term for outsourcing, and we all know how well that is done for the economy of the nation. Street maintenance already has outsourcing in place for loading, hauling, sweeping, and drain cleaning, and other operations within our department. Most recently, we have had contract loaders loading and hauling cul-de-sacs in neighborhoods. But of course, after they are done, we have to go back and clean up after them. Let's save some more money. With sweeping, we go out and pick up 95% of winter's accumulation of sand and debris. Then we give the contract out to one of the contractors to pick up the remaining 5%. Let's save some more money. Since the signing of our last contract, we have seen a new generation of younger workers come directly out of my union's hiring hall. These union brothers and sisters have come from the construction side. While the pay and pension is not to union scale, the health care is the same as the construction side. My union brothers and sisters have made a conscious decision to work in town, in Anchorage, instead of out of town. If 37 is passed, many of this new generation will go back to the construction side. At least they'll know where they stand. If 37 is passed as the mayor wants, we will move backward at the bargaining table to the more traditional style negotiations, pitting one side against another with little or no understanding or education of one another's concerns and needs. It seems as though you just want to be able to dictate terms instead of bargain in good faith. Please vote no on 37 in its entirety. In closing, I want to end with a quote. The American labor movement has consistently demonstrated its devotion to the public interest. It is and has been good for all of America. That was John F. Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Good evening.
Good evening. Chairman Hall, members of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan, administration. My name is Lynette Watson. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, voter, and have lived in Anchorage for 56 years. I have worked with the municipality of Anchorage for 15 years and proud to be employed with the municipality and work with the Anchorage Public Library System. I currently work in the Youth Services Department at the Lusac Public Library as a Librarian Assistant 3. We too, in the library system, will be affected if this ordinance is passed. Over the years, I have seen many changes in the library. Vacancies not filled or eliminated or budget cuts. A new library opened and one library closed for good. Also, I have seen 5 different library directors, many branch supervisors have come and gone, and employees have either retired, left the state for better pay and jobs, laid off, or worked for a while and then transferred to other departments within the municipality of Anchorage or end up in the private sector. After being laid off, many, like my fellow union brothers and sisters, at one time or another, I have been at Lusac Library for the past 10 years, and I'm a very proud worker to be here, and I love my job. My job consists of shelving books, being a support staff with my coworker, helping the reference librarians with library preschool programs, events, and other programs which provide early learning and education to the children and adults of our community. I also do other stuff. I also do all the purchasing and statistics for the Youth Services Department. For the past 3 years, I have inputted figures into the entire Anchorage Public Library Statistics Excel program, which when the administration asks for numbers concerning materials in collection, our patrons counts for any certain branch library or LUSAC, materials in collection, or other things, it comes from this specific report. I spend over 8 hours every single month putting in these figures. At any given time, we can have up to 23 carts full of books that are either not in order or in order, and they can sit up to a week before it will be shelved by workers. This to me is we take pride when patrons say thank you, tell us what a wonderful job we are doing, and have the public appreciate the staff and library services. This to me is customer service, and I am sure this happens in all departments, not just in the library system. Most of our shelvers are 19 hours, Tier 4, that have no benefits, and most of the time they look for full-time jobs in the private sector or try to get in with the municipality, being that you have to have 20 hours to get benefits. We lose a lot of them, and it's hard to keep them. I'm very proud of being an AMEA union worker, and I'm affiliated with my brothers and sisters behind me. And I'm very much against this ordinance, AO 37. We as union workers were asked and took 56 hours of furlough to help out the city so-called budget crises.
Lynette, I need you to wrap up.
And got through it. Okay. In conclusion, I would like to see this ordinance that was written in the dark of the night and without input from all parties to be thrown out and meet us at the bargaining table. At the very least, set up a committee of labor, assembly, and management to work on this ordinance and start over. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to stand before you and voicing my opinion.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Fisher. I've been working for ML&P for 14 years, the last 10 as a water tech at the George M. Sullivan Generation Plant. Tonight I'd like to address 2 of the top issues concerning proposed ordinance AO 37. The first topic is what is being called the premium wage. When considering who you will hire to handle potentially deadly situations each day, or who you will entrust with the operation of multi-million-dollar equipment, It would seem the only acceptable answer would be the best money can buy. I would like to suggest that you already have this caliber of workforce. To exemplify this, I ask all of you to recall the big storm we had in September that caused widespread power outages. Bobby Reese's ML&P line crew went out into some of the worst conditions, putting in approximately 100 hours per man and 6 straight days to restore service to customers. And then they volunteered to help elsewhere, all without incident. No injuries, no mistakes. This is your union workforce. Maybe you do pay us a union wage, but when you consider the potential expense for a single misstep made by a less experienced, less qualified worker in these fields, usually you can't afford to pay less. A premium wage? Yes, but for a premium job. You see, Grandpa was right again. You usually do get what you pay for. Now let's talk about contractors. The gentleman a couple steps earlier had a few things to say about those, and I'll chime in with him. There are exceptions to this, but generally our experience with contractors has been they deliver the least you will accept for the most they can extract. Contractors usually arrived unprepared. Can I borrow this tool? How about that piece of equipment? Often lacking basic knowledge or experience, and more seriously, basic safety practices. We end up babysitting them through the entire project. They cut corners, try to burn your plant to the ground, matter of record, and suddenly they're gone, leaving things half done, in many cases inoperable, in general, unacceptable. So what do? Try to get them back? But they have to finish this other project first. You can't wait till next week. So ultimately you end up quietly cleaning up the mess yourself and moving on. Litigation, it's funny, but here many contractors seem to have a great deal of experience. So, what is the difference between the contractor and the union worker? I believe it can be summed up in one word, and it's ownership. For over 40 years, you have given it to us, and we have daily accepted it. To close, I would ask one question of you all, City Assembly members, Mayor, son of former Mayor George M. Sullivan, how will you reward us?
Thank you, Dwayne.
You're welcome.
Good evening. I am municipal number 60771, a.k.a. Mark Willier. I am a 23-year member of the IBEW and have spent the last 5 of those years working for the municipality. My first 4.2 years were at AWWU and the last 10 months with ML&P in the generation division. I am married and I have 2 teenage children. I have strong ties to the community as I have lived in Anchorage for most of my life. I am proud to call Anchorage my home. I feel it is an excellent place to work, raise my family, and hopefully, God willing, retire here. As I have read this ordinance, I ask myself if it will affect me. Absolutely. Not only me, but every man, woman, child in this city will be adversely impacted. No longer will this city be a beacon for skilled workers entering the job market. A testament of this is already visible at AWWU, a place I recently left. Why did I leave? It was not because of the work. AWWU is a highly technical, modern-day run utility who has a great but aging workforce. AWWU has a very difficult task in getting skilled people to stay because of their wage and benefit package. Also, by the way, AWWU is one of the lowest wage paying utilities in the state. I've also witnessed the same thing at ML&P last summer, as 3 of our most skilled workers went over to Chugach Electric. Why, do you ask? Better wage and benefit package. The bottom line, the utilities are having enough trouble keeping and attracting skilled workers even before this poorly written ordinance was introduced. And as the city and the state of Alaska rush into the next decade, the technology will only continue to increase, which in turn increases the workers' skills and which ultimately leads to offering a competitive package if you want to retain them. That is something that this ordinance will not provide. And I stand in front of you for 2 reasons tonight. The first is to urge the Assembly to vote no in a bipartisan approach. For this ordinance will not only hinder the future of the workers this administration says to cherish, but will also be disastrous to the future workers this city tries to recruit. And my second reason is to congratulate the mayor on his stunning 11th hour chess move. A lot of smart people underestimated you and your tenacity to bring organized labor down. So enjoy this, as this should never be allowed to happen again. It is not right where one man can use his position to push through a personal vendetta. In summary, this ordinance, which has many unknowns in it, as well as items which are subject to interpretation, is not just wrong, but it is fundamentally wrong. To present this as is, without any comment or input from the people who are being affected by it, is not what the original intent was when the two sides sat down in the 60s, 70s, and the late 80s. Change is needed, but that much is agreed upon, but not the sacrifice of your employees' bargaining rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Erica Franjul, Franjul, and I am a Southside Anchorage resident and have lived in Alaska my entire life. I am the very proud wife and daughter of 2 Anchorage policemen who work hard every single day protecting our city and keeping it safe. I'm also a friend to many other policemen and women, firefighters, teachers, and nurses throughout our community, all of which this ordinance affects. Being an officer's daughter isn't easy, but now being the wife and daughter of a policeman is more than I can even begin to describe to you. This past week, my father came upon his 30-year anniversary with the Anchorage Police Department. He has been a highly respected and experienced officer among both his peers as well as the citizens of Anchorage, serving APD in numerous capacities. Over this past year and a half, my husband began his dream job of having the opportunity to work for APD and has since excelled in the department in many ways. Like my father, we have hopes that he will have the same opportunities available to him in order to allow him to further his career with the department and potentially be able to provide 30 years of service to Anchorage as well. We recently purchased our first home and have hopes to start a family in a community that we both know and love. Our fear is that if this ordinance is passed, all of this will be taken from us in an instant. Just recently, we got past the giant hurdle of worrying about budget cuts based on Anchorage being in another supposed financial crisis, and now this. We were constantly running through scenarios, wondering if my husband was even going to have a job and what we were going to do with our future. If this ordinance passes, at least I know that there will no longer be any uncertainties. I know that my father will retire this year instead of several years from now as he planned. My husband will leave the department and we will move to another state to find something better where he is respected for what he does each day. We would not do this because any of us want to, but because we will have to. It terrifies me, and I think the thing that most hits home is that it's already difficult enough having both my father and husband risk their lives every day, but now I'm expected to accept the fact that they are doing this for a dramatic cut in their pay, benefits, and rights through the elimination of their union. Please tell me why someone would want to become an officer or continue being an officer with APD with all the drastic changes that you're planning to make. Even more so, why would someone's family support these members of ours to continue to work and continue to risk their lives for what you are proposing? They wouldn't, and they don't, and that's the exact reason why we're all here and continue to be here each and every week. Would your family members support this if you were in our position instead of sitting where you are today? If this ordinance is passed, as many people have said, we will lose a large majority of highly skilled and experienced men and women to other positions or companies in which their pay, benefits, and rights are not in jeopardy of being stripped away from them. Are you as Assembly members really willing to lose not only one 30-year employee, but thousands of employees like this across the city of Anchorage? By saying yes, you're saying that you are willing to lose employees such as my father, who has received a Medal of Valor, who has served on the SWAT team, on all shifts of patrol, as a homicide detective, a firearms instructor, a crimes against children detective, and is now training to be a background investigator on the department, all to shave a little bit more money off the budget. This proposed Ordinance 37 would negatively affect the livelihood of my family, as well as many others who proudly serve every day to keep the municipality of Anchorage safe and a place we are proud to call home. Please help us to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Hall, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, Mayor Sullivan and his administration, and my fellow municipal employees. My name is Tomas Franjul. That's my wife that was just here. I live in South Anchorage, and as my wife said, we're buying a house in South Anchorage as well. We're both fairly excited. We were really excited until we heard about Anchorage, or proposed ordinance 37. I pay my taxes. Lived in Alaska for about 8 years. I worked mid-shift patrol for the Anchorage Police Department. Or as the way I like to put it, I hunt the things that go bump in the night. I was part of the most recent Academy, 11-1. Started on October 24, 2011. As I'm sure you can assume, I'm against proposed Anchorage Ordinance 37. I wrote down a list of bullet points to talk about, which everybody has talked about before myself. Incentive program, which I personally try to take full advantage of, being that as I'm Hispanic, Spanish-speaking officer. So whenever somebody of the Hispanic heritage who speaks no English whatsoever needs help, I'm able to go and help them. And I get a little incentive because it takes twice as long because I have to say it in English and Spanish for court reasons. I look forward to the seniority process, assuming that it does stay, because as of right now, I work late at night, my wife works in the daytime, so we don't spend very much time together. Shift bidding is something that I think is pivotal to the department, because if I wasn't able to bid for a shift, we'd have completely opposing days off, where now, by the grace of God, I'm able to spend some time with her. And health insurance, vacation, binding arbitration, same benefits for everyone, outsourcing, uncertainty of raises. You guys have heard these over and over again. I don't want to preach about something, I don't want to beat a dead horse, so to speak. If I seem like I'm nervous, it's not because I'm in front of you people, because I'm talking to esteemed people. It's because I feel like I'm here trying to convince you guys to change something that's going to change the lives of everybody here. I don't know if I have it in me. I don't know if I'm capable of doing it. I was praying while I was in line thinking about it. So I thought I'd just list some information and stare at the clock as it almost went out. My training consisted of 6 months in the police academy, 3 months in the field training, and all in all 18 months of probation, all of which I have done lovingly. I adore what I do, and I do it every day with a passion. And I believe you have to treat everybody the way you want to be treated. I've had people I've taken to jail say thank you, not because I took them to jail, but just because I treated them like a human being. If proposed Anchorage 37 passes, I will be taking that training and going elsewhere, because I don't think it would be good for my family. And in closing, if I could just say one more statement, I'll be done. A wise man once told me when I graduated from the field training program, you can either be a great police officer or you can be a great husband. You can't do both. An even wiser man and a fellow coworker who spoke earlier told me, happy wife, happy life. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hardeman?
I want to thank you for your testimony, and I'd really like to think that what you and others are doing here and coming before and giving your information is going to make a difference. So I'm hoping your prayers are answered. Also, I want to thank you for, obviously you should thank your wife. I think you can do both, be a great police officer and a great wife. So thank her for.
I'll do my best, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Tomas. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rule Hooper. I've been working with Anchorage Municipality now for almost 21 years. I work for the fire department as a fire technician. The duties of the AFD shop are to make repairs and maintenance on all fire apparatus that the AFD owns. Not only do we work on AFD apparatus, we maintain Chuyak and Girdwoods as well. We are charged not only with fire trucks, but we make repairs on compressors, air compressors that fill the breathing air bottles for the firemen that use them. We are also instrumental in speccing new trucks and ambulances. All of our duties come with great liability to us and the safety of our AFD personnel and the public. In NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association states all fire apparatus maintenance and repairs shall be done by an emergency vehicle technician. Most of the techs at the AFD shop carry multiple certificates and are classified as masters in their field. Not only this, if you were to lose these people, it could have an effect on the ISO rating for all of Anchorage, which could result in a higher insurance premiums for everyone. The AFD shop also gives training to the new engineers as what to look for and how to operate a number of apparatus and fire pumps and CAFS operation. But CAFS is compressed air foam system. These systems take many years and much training to repair and understand how they work. Also, when there is a deployment of AFD's trucks going out on forest fires, a tech goes with the deployment to keep our equipment in working condition. I was on the Fairbanks fires, and not only was I working on our equipment, I worked on other departments' trucks also. The most recent was this winter in Palmer. It's not that the Muni has to pay for me. The state pays back our city for our knowledge and the dedication to help others. In the AFD shop, there are 6 techs with a total of at least 200 years experience as technicians. There is no private shop in Alaska that works on fire apparatus that I know of. I have a badge and an AFD uniform, and I was sworn in by the fire chief. I'm a proud member of the Anchorage Fire Department. With AO 37, it has the possibility to take me out of the union and the fire department. These are my brothers and sisters, and they will always be. You look for them to keep you safe, and they look for us to keep them safe. We do take our job serious. We know if we don't do it correct, many could be affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman?
Mr. Hooper, I also had a conversation before this, and I understand you also work for 2 different other agencies in the municipality, correct? Before the fire department?
Before the fire department, I used to work for Solid Waste Services. I've been with AFD now for going on my 11th year.
And then didn't you also work for Public Works at the street maintenance?
I worked when I started this job, I started out at Streets on Bering Street as a heavy equipment mechanic.
And you see the difference between the apparatus, the different types of equipment?
Oh my God, it's totally different. I mean, I've worked in the construction field. I've been a union hand all of my life. I worked for DOT in the state of Maine for 14 years before I moved up here. I saw what contracting out can do. When I worked for the state of Maine, I saw the state of Massachusetts sell all their snow removal and street repairs down there. And the first couple of years when they contracted it out, yeah, it worked. It saved the state a lot of money. But as soon as the state of Massachusetts sold all their equipment, and the contractors found out that they had basically the state over a barrel, the contracts doubled, almost tripled. And then it took until the last 10 years, this was back in the 80s, mind you, the last 10 years, Massachusetts has gotten theirself back into street maintenance, basically.
Doing the highways. And so is your reading of this, as I read it, then if this passes in its current form, then you no longer a member of the IFF, is that right?
Absolutely. The way I read the current form is it takes me out of IAFF and also can contract my job out, which ultimately will take me out of Anchorage Fire Department.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand here. My wife is from Bulgaria. She may need some
That'll
help
be
to
fine.
translate some stuff.
That'll be fine. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to share with you my opinion for this proposal AO37. My name is Tanya Hooper and I live in Chugiak. Originally, I am from Bulgaria. I came to America because government not control people. People control government. And what I see here is the same like third world country. I volunteer for Chugiak Fire Department and Anchorage Fire Department shop repair our equipment. It's fire trucks and ambulance. I am master mechanical engineer, and I know how many certifications need to have one journeyman mechanic. By NFPA to work on equipment and systems that are unique, like ambulance, fire trucks, or airport rescue and firefighter vehicle, have permission only persons who have certification from Emergency Vehicle Technician Certification Commission Incorporation. And you want to give to the private company permission to touch this vehicle. First priority to AFD is to rescue and save people's life. How do firefighter and EMS do their job if they are not safe? You want to contract out the maintenance of your fire department to the lowest bidder. How can I trust that someone will be there when I call 911 for help? Now I speak with my experience of my second master's degree of finance. You want to save $4 million and to give permission private sector to take this is everyone position. Let me tell you something. You not save money. You lose double. Because private companies say, oh, this is not in contract. You need to pay. Sorry, but these political games I know very well. Where you want to go, I was there. And Mr. Mayor, do you recognize this? It's your signature here. Providing essential public service to the residents of Anchorage is an important mission, and I appreciate your dedication. I strongly believe our community is a much better place because of the hard work of our municipal employees. This is its way to say thank to the people who gave 20 years of their lives to the Muni. And Mr. Sullivan, in position of mayor, need to say thank you to all these people because they not make a strike, a civil war, or want your request of resignation. God bless America.
Thank you. Thank you. There are no questions. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Renee Oistad, O-I-S-T-A-D, and I am strongly opposed to Ordinance 37. I began working at the Anchorage Police Department 1 month after my 22nd birthday. My starting wage wasn't enough for me to live off of, but because I was married and my husband was working, I could afford to work at APD. The benefits and working conditions made it worth it, and I knew that after a few years, my wages would increase as well. Life has changed over the years, both personally and professionally. For the last 7 years, I've been a community service officer. My position is unique in that I'm a sworn officer, but I'm treated as non-sworn in several aspects of my job, including retirement, which is 30 years for me and not the standard 20. I have been supporting myself for the last 11 years. I own my car, I have a mortgage, and I've been able to make improvements to my home over the last few years. I live within my means, and my expenditures have been carefully planned out. The current APD contract ends at the end of 2014. If Ordinance 37 passes, and because I am treated as a non-sworn employee, in January 2015, I will be kicked out of the union, and the city can choose to subcontract out my job. For me, this means that while as a 22-year-old I had my professional and financial life on track, as a 40-year-old I face being fired, unable to pay my bills, and having to start all over again. The most frustrating part is that this will occur not because I misused my position or otherwise behave unethically, not because I haven't made responsible decisions, and not because I haven't worked very hard every single day. It will simply be because some of you have arbitrarily decided that I should, and for no other reason. I have already begun to go through my finances and figure out what I can get paid off before January 2015 and which bills I can get rid of altogether. All of the services I will have to do without involve local businesses. So not only does this ordinance affect my spending power, but it directly takes money out of the pockets of non-city workers. As elected officials, it is your job and duty to vote on ordinance proposals in a manner that reflects not your wishes, but the wishes of your constituents. Voting on Ordinance 37 will be one of the easiest votes you have ever been involved with, because you will not be forced to make an educated guess on how Anchorage citizens want you to vote. We have packed the House 3 times to tell you and show you we expect you to vote no. The philosophy that applies to the wearing of spandex also applies to those of you who have crafted this ordinance. Just because you could does not mean that you should.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ken Bushue. That's B-U-S-H-U-E. My roots in Anchorage started with my grandparents' arrival here in August 1960 at Elmendorf Air Force Base. For the past 30 years, members of my family have served the city of Anchorage in the police and fire department. In 2004, I quit a career in engineering, took a pay cut, and joined the Anchorage Police Department. For the past 9 years, I have served the people of Anchorage. I've never thought I could work so hard, sacrifice so much, and yet look forward to going to work every day. This is where I belong. I'm currently a senior patrol officer, a field training officer, and a member of the crisis intervention team. I've recently become a part of the recruitment team as well. As said earlier this evening, my experiences are not unique, just unique to me. I am that thin line between you and the bad things out there. I am deeply proud of what I do and the people that stand with me. I am tasked with making decisions that profoundly affect people's lives every day. I run into smoldering buildings. I step between the madmen with a knife and you. I face the frightening head-on, pick up the dead, comfort the dying, and support those survivors left behind. I hold the crushed head of the 2-year-old child, run over by a car, looking in her eyes while performing CPR for the off chance she might survive. I put my hands in the blood, vomit, feces, urine, and brain matter of the tragedies without hesitation. I've been called names, spit on, assaulted, and threats hurled at me and my family because of what I do and what I stand for. I work weekends, holidays, days when I'm sick, and inevitably days when my kids have a course recital, a football game, a wrestling meet, and field trips. With that said, I love my job. It's my family that stands to lose the greatest if this ordinance passes. I am the main source of income for 6 people, and it is my job that keeps us all in good health. I may work a high-risk job in odd hours and days, but I achieve stability that my family can count on. I have a blended family that has the proverbial rotating front door. My wife and I must coordinate with 2 other households, 3 school schedules, and around our 4 kids. My seniority allows me to bid for shifts and days that maximize time with my family. If I lose the ability to bid for shifts and days, I affect 3 households, not just 1. Union workers are not over-demanding, unyielding thugs demanding unrealistic wages and benefits. We live, work, and pay for the same services we provide in Anchorage, just like you. We are the police that protect you, the firefighters that save you, and the utility workers that keep the water flowing and the lights on in your house. Let's not rush into an underhanded last-minute attempt at grabbing power away from your city workers. Let us work together at developing a well-thought, well-defined plan to retain the best possible service and professional workers we have today. I took an oath to serve and protect my community in the most professional and compassionate manner. I'm asking the city that I serve to protect me and vote no on AO 37. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Good evening. My name is Ed Johnson, Johnsson. I'm a firefighter and paramedic with Local 1264 IFF. I know you're tired. You're almost to the end. Thank you for hearing us. I'm tired because I was up on Medic 4 all night, so I'm having trouble staying focused.
I'm sorry, can we get your name again?
I was up on Medic 4 all night last night, so I'm having trouble staying focused.
Can we get your name real quick again?
Yes, Ed Johnson, Johnsson. When I left home tonight, I kissed my kids goodnight, and I told them I'd see them Thursday after school. I've got another 24-hour shift tomorrow. What I didn't tell them was a meeting I was coming to had to do with a topic that might force them to leave the only home they've known and their school and their friends. But I want to tell you about it. I'm going to talk about 37 and the combination of 37 with Tier 4. And there's a lot of Tier 4 workers out here tonight. I'm going to speak directly about Tier 4 specifically, and I'll tie it back to 37. What I think a lot of people in Anchorage may not realize is that for myself and all city workers hired after June 6, 2006, we have no retirement pension. In other words, we have no defined benefit at retirement. What we have is a defined contribution program, a 401k, where the city's contribution is 5% and our own contribution is 8%. That number can't change, and those contributions at retirement are worth whatever they've earned in the market, and that only. And at least for us firefighters, not only do we not have a pension so we can retire with dignity, but we have no Social Security and no state SBS, no Social Security or pension. Tier 4 workers also have no medical coverage at retirement. The city contributes 3%. It goes into a health retirement account that we use to supplement our Medicare until the HRA runs out, which will be fast. The Tier 4 plan that I just outlined offers no reason for an employee to stay in Anchorage. In fact, it encourages us to exit early. Once a worker reaches 5 years in Tier 4, he or she can walk with 100% of the funds that with 100% of the funds in that defined contribution plan. Excuse me. What keeps us here now is a fair salary, a city with wonderful services and quality of life and jobs that we love. So with this ordinance, when our pay, our benefits, and our working conditions decrease, and we have no say in defining those things, the pay and quality of life and those jobs will no longer hold us. The incentive cuts that are in AO 37 will be devastating for my fellow workers and me. At AFD, we already can't hire enough paramedics with the current salary, benefits, and retirement, so I can't imagine what will happen when the incentives go. So tying it all back together, the incentive cuts of 37 and the impact of Tier 4 members are like a perfect storm. Because we have no defined benefit pension and no retirement health coverage, we need to be investing money from our paychecks to 401ks and 457 accounts so we can have some hope of a decent retirement. Remember, no pension, no Social Security, so our investment accounts are it. If our pay is slashed, it will be all we can do to make ends meet. And I can tell you that if all my incentive pay is cut, I can't make a payment on my family's home, much less contribute to retirement. Multiply that times all the working families affected, and you have a big problem. I'm almost done. That means some combination of three things will happen. One, municipal workers will leave the city now, and there goes the taxpayers' investment. Retention of highly trained workers will become difficult, if not impossible. Two, city workers will leave at retirement because they can't afford to stay, so there goes their retirement dollars out of the community. Or three, city workers will retire and stay in the community, relying on social services to live. Which one of those options is acceptable? Which one's the best? For both the short-term and long-term benefit of Anchorage, please vote this down.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, Assemblymen and women, Mr. Mayor, am I 30107? No, I am not a number. I am not the bottom line. I am more than this. I am Marty Smith. I am an IBEW employee with ML&P. What can I say that will appeal to you that might stand out from all the great testimony you've heard so far? I hope you are sitting there with open minds. Otherwise, this whole process is just a sham, and we, the public, are being hoodwinked into thinking this is really an open process. What can I say to appeal to you? I have worked at ML&P for approximately 8 years. I came from the private sector and took a pay cut to do so. Why would I have done this? I saw ML&P as a stable place of employment with good benefits, as a place I could spend the last 20 years of my career. No, my work is not just a job, it is my career. I take pride in what I do and work towards making ML&P a better place to work and to provide better service to our customers. My current position is Senior Engineer, Standards Engineer, Acting Transmission and Distribution Line Supervisor, but I've also worked as Acting Customer Engineering Supervisor and Manager of Engineering all at the same time. Why does this occur? While at ML&P I have seen 4 non-rep supervisors retire and only 1 being hired. The compensation levels for non-reps are not sufficient to entice qualified and technical personnel into those positions. Surveys have been completed and adequate compensation levels are known, but they're not enacted. So at the current compensation levels, who could who could MLNP hire in supervisory roles? It would have to be someone who is already financially stable and not dependent on the compensation offered in the position. Who would this be? I believe the only people who could make this work are potentially retired military personnel with utility experience. However, there are very few with utility experience. So if you do not hire people with utility experience to manage utility engineers, what do you get? I'll let you answer that question. In fact, last fall, ML&P submitted a budgeted non-representative supervisor position request to the Cost Containment Committee and had it rejected. The Cost Containment Committee said to resubmit after January 1, 2013. Is that good business? What can I say to appeal to your open minds? Let's talk about the idea of managed contracts. I can only speak to how these contracted services may impact ML&P. The largest problem I see is the potential loss of institutional knowledge. We would forget why we would do the things we do. Managed contracts are typically for 1 year with an option for two one-year renewals. After this contract is over and some other business contractor takes over, there goes your knowledge. How much is that worth in an outage situation? It's priceless when you're the one out of power. What would I suggest? I heard some Assembly members ask people last Wednesday. I would suggest don't rush the process. Seek input from department heads and those who report to them. They are the boots on the ground, the ones who will have to clean up the mess from a hastily passed ordinance. Ask why. Why is this being rewritten when labor contracts have always had wage openers but have never been acted upon? If the mayor wants to clarify the impasse process resulting in a more effective process for arbitrations, put binding arbitration in all labor contracts. That way you don't have to do it. The arbitrators will do it.
Marty, I need you to close.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Linda Kellen Beagle. My testimony tonight is directed for those non-union municipal employees who think that they are safe from this ordinance. 2 short paragraphs in AO 37 allude to a major shift towards outsourcing municipal jobs. This process is called managed competition. The ordinance defines managed competition as a way to make work competitive with the private sector. Nowhere does the language limit these changes to union positions. Any municipal job could be a target. The longest-running experiment in managed competition occurred in the federal government during George W. Bush's presidency. One infamous example is the now defunct Walter Reed Hospital. What is not well known is the hospital's decay was a direct result of a managed competition process gone horribly awry. This process is portrayed as a fair fight between government employees and competing contractors. That is far from the truth. While managed competition forces employees to compete for their own jobs, the reorganization required to cheapen the bid may drastically change the job classes or duties. This could make the folks who currently do the work unqualified for the new positions. There is no guarantee that winning the bid means you will keep your government job. Many government agencies quietly partner with other private companies to lower the employee bid. So even if the employees beat one contractor, they may end up working for another. This process often takes multiple years, during which there is a hiring freeze. So, as people retire or run for the hills, they are not replaced. The additional duties are dumped on the people who remain. This destroys both productivity and morale. At Walter Reed, they lost almost 50% of their employees in the 7 years it took their managed competition process to be completed. Ordinance 37 claims that managed competition has been implemented successfully in many other municipalities. Show me the money. While claiming it results in cost savings, the complex process itself turns out to have many hidden costs, including the huge expense of getting personnel departments up to speed to handle the process. Most importantly, there is absolutely no supporting evidence of any cost savings. Beyond the claims of the initial bids, I have found no follow-up statistics or studies from any government entity, federal, state, or local, comparing actual costs. Yet, in 2011, a bipartisan watchdog organization called the Project on Government Oversight, or POGO, did a study on federally managed competition contracts. Their extensive research showed that most savings are an illusion, and that in some cases, agencies are paying contractor employees twice or even 5 times the billing rate for a federal worker. It's not the contract workers getting rich, it's the company. The biggest reason why this should be familiar to the municipality is a certain contract called Kronos, which is a contract for timekeeping. Kronos is now costing about double the original contract, and since it's not working yet, the costs are still increasing. The problem here is the same thing that happens on every managed competition contract. The contract does not allow for alterations required to meet the needs of the customer. Therefore, each change is an expensive contract modification, some of which were probably foreseeable.
Linda, I need you to close.
One more line. But why would they tell you, some of which were probably foreseeable by the contractor, but why would they tell you when they knew it meant more dollars for them? And I'll close there. Thank you.
Just a moment. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quick, Linda, thank you for being here. Is the federal government still using managed competition?
No, towards the end of the Bush administration, there was a bipartisan group of congressmen that basically tried to get rid of it, and then when President Obama came on board, they totally got rid of managed competition altogether.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Honeman?
Is there a possibility for you to email your information?
I already did, but it may have been a little bit more, I'll email you this one that's a little more understandable.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got time for one more person.
Yeah.
What?
Is that?
2 minutes. Okay. Nope, we're going to have to continue.
Mr. Chairman, will we have a meeting continue until tomorrow? Is that-
Yes, I make a motion to continue this hearing to 6 p.m. on March 6th.
Second.
We'll continue tomorrow at 6.